Mike? There we go. Mike's working. Alright. It's been long enough. Is this set up correctly? Yep. Okay. Hey, Akala. Such an unexpected raid. How did the stream go, Akala? And behave. Alright. So, bit of a tonal shift from last time. We just finished Tomb Raider, and we'll be going through all of the Tomb Raider games. God save my soul. But in between those, we'll be doing some sort of cooldown games. Shorter ones we can probably do in one sitting. Tonight we got two. Bit more of a chill, talky one for the first one, than a short metroidvania for the second. Naturally, being chill, it's about a lot of death. We'll be playing a Mortician's Tale. So let's get that up on screen now. Oh, but before I do that, let's give the proper shout out to Akala. Also, let me, since you're here, don't get a surprise visit. Let me see if I can get this right. We also have a different kind of content creator. I apologize, Knight, for calling you that. But if you're interested in tabletop RPG design, we have a prodigious... Oh, so it is not. Let me get that fixed. Sorry, prolific. That's the word I'm looking for. A prolific TTRPG blog writer, and occasionally my DM. And hopefully the bot does not flag this for a link. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Now we've got the self-plugging promos out of the way. Let's actually get into the game. Yep. Ah, fair, thank you. Oh, wait, did dragons get in here? I missed it. There we go. And yes, happy Friday the 13th. We've got a thing about us being a mortician, so spooky. Not the mortician, not the mortuary assistant, which we might get to eventually, although I was not particularly impressed by the last game by the same dev. We'll see. Alrighty. Have a good night. I know, yesterday you were streaming for 10 hours, so it makes sense. Excuse me. Alrighty. September 14th, 10:15 a.m. Okay, you move by clicking. Yes, alright, I'll get to my email. Alright. Hello and welcome to our new funeral director. From Matthew Jeffrey to Charlie. Welcome, Charlie. Nice to meet you. My name's Matthew, and I'm mainly going to be the man who delivers the bodies to you and helps you with some of the more heavy lifting. Ever hear that joke about a hearse driver? I'll tell it to you when I come by in a bit. Looking forward to working together. I think you'll enjoy working here. Amy's a sweetheart, but she runs a tight ship. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. She wouldn't have hired you otherwise. Cheers and good luck. Matthew J. Funeral Director, Rose and Daughters Funeral Home. From Amy Rose to Rose and Daughters staff. Hello, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new funeral director, Charlotte, or Charlie, as she told me she likes to be referred to. Charlotte's a recent graduate who came highly recommended and is eager to begin her career here with us at Rose and Daughters Funeral Home. Please take the time to meet Charlotte, feel at home within our little family. We'll have a nice catered lunch this afternoon so we can all get to know each other a little better as well. Sincerely, Amy Rose, founder and director. Alright, instructions from Amy to Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Well, you're new here, so it's probably best I explain where everything is. In your office preparation room, you'll find your cremation station, cremulator station, embalming station, and obviously, since you're reading this email, your desk and computer area. I know you have experience working with these stations, but please let me know if you have any questions. Best, Rose. From Jen Love to Charlie. Good luck, you beautiful and smart babe you. Babe you. Huh. I guess my subject line, and you should start being more professional now that we are, business professionals. I can't wait to get your reply so I can see your fancy new email signature. I love you're able to land this gig straight after graduating. It sounds super cool. I didn't even know mom and pop funeral homes were a thing until now. Guess it's just not something I really think about that much. I should look more into this, learn more about your world and industry, because, as I said, you are now a very serious professional. Speaking of being a business professional, my museum gig is amazing! I can't believe somebody paid me to move to London, and not London, Ontario, serial killer capital of Canada, to work in a museum. Like, take that, everyone who said I couldn't get a job with an art history degree. I'll tell you more about it when we Skype. My stories require you to see my face and that you hear my excellent British accent impersonation. Also, I signed you up for a funeral monthly newsletter. Consider it your graduation gift. I love you, and I'm super proud of you, gift. Love you, love you, love you, Jen. Museum Curator, London Pathology Museum. Our today's tasks from Amy Rose. Sure thing, I'll get right onto it. Oh, I guess that's the only way you can reply. There's a phone game like that. Oh. When did you get in? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Apologies for that. Alrighty. To Amy from Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Hope you settled in okay so far. Matthew should have dropped off your first body for you to work on. He said you're really friendly and he's glad to have someone young and lively to work with. You'll get used to his sense of humor. Your first body's Mrs. Garcia, elderly woman who died suddenly of a heart attack. Families asked for a closed casket funeral, so no embalming or body preparation is necessary. Family seems a little more united than previous families we dealt with. Strange how grief affects people differently. Perhaps having more time to say goodbye makes things a bit easier, if that's possible. That being said, although you will not be embalming Mrs. Garcia, I do think it's important to take the time to clean her body. No one's going to see her body, but I like to encourage my funeral directors to do this out of respect for the deceased and their loved ones. You'll find Miss Garcia in the prep room. Talk soon. Oh no, I have a very spice sensitive tongue, so I like to eat my brains raw. Okay. And you can see this stuff from the family. I should probably start from the bottom of these. From Mia Garcia to Amy Rose. Dear Amy, we're happy to be with Rose and daughters for my mother's funeral. We understand these are usually procedures that must be followed in these situations, but if you could kindly not embalm my mother, that would be greatly appreciated, and we will proceed with a closed casket for the service. I just know she wouldn't have wanted her death to have any negative impact on the environment, and since she fought so hard to beat her heart disease and to live healthily, it'd be a shame to have her final moments be counter to the way she lived. Thank you for anything you can do to help us in this matter. Best, Mia. Dear Mia, of course we'll happily oblige your request for no embalming and for a closed casket. I'll ensure our funeral director receives your request. Take care. And auto reply, sure thing. Okay. Oh wait, no, I wanted to keep reading. I am going to keep reading. Tips for good etiquette at a funeral. From Funerals Monthly to subscriber. Thanks for subscribing. Each month we bring you a new newsletter featuring a topic pertaining to the death industry. This month is all about good etiquette for attending a funeral. I really can't believe we have to write this one out, but since we said we'll answer your most popular questions, here we are, because this is definitely one of the most popular questions. Funerals are a hard time, and we understand that, but here are some quick and easy rules to remember for being respectful at a funeral. Generally, following the guides of don't be a jerk should work. Number 1, don't be on your cell phone. We understand you're busy, but this is a time and place to disengage. If you have to be on your cell phone, don't do so inside the funeral home. Number 2, don't be loud and obnoxious. You can share happy stories, but other people are also grieving and working through their own healing process. Being quiet gives other people the space they might need. Number 3, oh god, no, we had that already this week. Not happening. Number 3, don't get drunk. Everyone can deal with their feelings in their own ways. Just remember to be respectful in the grieving family Just be respectful when with the grieving family and friends. Number 4. Happily reminisce. Sometimes remembering happier moments and positive experiences with the deceased can be a productive part of the healing process. Number 5. Give condolences. It's not easy knowing what to say to someone, but even a simple, "I'm thinking of you" can go a long way. Number 6. Dress appropriately. What this looks like will change based on the customs of the deceased and their culture, but always dress in a way that shows respect to the deceased and the grieving family. Number 8. They forgot number 7. Give a gift or sign a registration card. This can be a flower or a nice card, but it's the thought that counts here. Sometimes this can even be just cooking dinner for the grieving family. Anything that shows you care and want to help them through the healing process is what matters here. Be kind and be helpful. And lastly, there's a website. Rose and Daughters Funeral Home. Amelia Rose, founder and director. About Rose and Daughters. Rose and Daughters Funeral Home was founded by my grandparents back in 1956. The Rose family's proudly served the area since then, providing personal, affordable funeral services for all. I'm proud to have carried on my family's business for the last 36 years, working with the best and brightest funeral directors and grief counselors in the area. They misspelled counselors. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you've recently experienced a loss and would like us to help you through this hard time. Our services. Here at Rose and Daughters Funeral Home, we're committed to providing loved ones with the best and most affordable funeral services in the area. We offer a diverse range of personalized funeral service options to fit every need. Burial and then price list. Burial with open casket ceremony and reception, closed casket and reception, cremation with ceremony and reception. Good God, the prices. Direct burial with no ceremony or reception, and direct cremation with no ceremony or reception. We also offer custom packages to suit every budget and need. Please do not hesitate to contact us with any questions. Alright. Now let's clean the body. Okay. So no embalming. This is the prep room, where you'll prepare bodies for burials and viewings. Because the family has requested a closed casket ceremony with no embalming, you're just going to clean the body. Click on the sponge and drag it over the body to clean it. Oh, they label it too. We got a sponge, razor, eye caps, glue, cotton balls, needle, lotion, scalpel, tubing, and cannula. Also a trocar. That's it, you're done. Miss Garcia will be sent to Mike, who will take care of dressing and putting her in the casket. It's time to go to Miss Garcia's funeral. You're responsible for taking care of the deceased body, but it's also important to pay your respects to their loved ones. Follow the arrow to head to the funeral parlor. To the funeral parlor we go. It's in the next room? Surprised, but... I'm curious what if we just... not opening it. What do you do? Okay, you just paying your respects. Fair enough. She would have hated these paintings. She was so particular. Yeah. At least she doesn't have to see them, I guess. That's... yeah, I guess. I'll talk to the kid next. No, we won't be flipping the casket. Mommy, I'm hungry. When can we go? I hate wearing pantyhose. My legs are so itchy. It's always so cold in these funeral homes. I think I might actually miss those sweaters she used to knit for me now. Yeah, I heard the family specifically said no embalming. I thought it was mandatory, like required by law, but I guess not. Embalming weirds me out. Do those chemicals leach into the ground? Seems strange to be using a chemical that's known to cause cancer and putting it in the ground like that. Or into the sewer. That's what they must do with the leftover formaldehyde, right? Just pour it down the drain. At least embalming guarantees you won't be buried alive. Stop, don't make me laugh right now. It's a very cheery family, huh? Alright. We usually don't small talk a lot at these things. That's what I was always taught. I think that's everybody, so... Yeah, I guess you finish in here, you go out, talk to the family, come back. October 11th, 10:09 a.m. Guess we cleaned up our workstation. Yeah, I've been to... My folks were older when they had us, so... A lot of grandparent funerals in our case. Ew. From our friend Jennifer. I'm so frustrated right now. Can I rant for just a second? I'm so tired of hearing strangers, colleagues, anybody, male colleagues, get on my case for wearing corsets. I wear them under my blazer and over a nice blouse, so it's not like I'm dressing inappropriately, even though dress codes are such sexist BS anyway. And I hate how their misogyny gets veiled in faux concern. Jen, I'm just worried you're damaging your body. You know what corsets do to livers, right? Corsets don't do anything to livers! They're definitely not hurting me as much as your condescension's hurting my head. Sorry, I'm out of sorts right now. I'll send you another email in a little bit when I've cooled off a bit. Okay, so let me explain this in a bit more detail. Colleague and I were discussing the tight lacer liver specimen we have here at the museum. It's from a woman who died in... Okay, so is she at the Muter Museum? Or something like it, because the Muter Museum's over here. My dad actually knows one of the guys that works there. London Pathology, so... Okay, not quite. Anyway, sorry. Someone who died in 1907 and the liver's tapered inwards from what the doctor leading the autopsy believed was too tight lacing on her corset. It's fascinating because it's kind of a controversial topic. Tight lacing was super popular, and while people associated it with fainting or hysteria, it's actually been associated with visceroptosis, which is when organs fall to the lower part of the abdomen, right? Which is super unsettling, but can also be caused by being pregnant, so... TLDR, corsets probably messed up some bones, but likely don't do this kind of internal organ damage. And I'm tired of the condescension about my wardrobe that also implies I don't know what I'm doing. These are the kind of things that I specifically research, and yet I'm treated like I know nothing about. I'm having a day, Charlie. Hey, Cap. How's it going? Alright, let's see. Related topic. What to wear when you're attending a funeral from a different culture. From Funerals Monthly. We all know everyone wants to be respectful at funerals. Don't talk too loudly, be kind, smile, and refrain from making inappropriate jokes, at least around the grieving family. Hey, sometimes people do need a little bit of a pick-me-up during such hard times. Who are we to judge? And a big part of that is knowing what to wear. Roman Catholic funerals tend to lean more to the formal black attire rule, and it works for us. Did you know this goes back to the days of the Roman Empire when people would wear black as a symbol of mourning? Black isn't universally the symbol for mourning, though, and if you're attending a funeral that's from a culture that is not your own, it's important to understand this. Some colors have different meanings, and despite your best intentions, the wrong choice could mean accidental offense. For example, in Hinduism and in Chinese cultures, white is typical color for funerals. For Islam, though, it's less about the color you're wearing and more about how modestly you're dressed. Refrain from wearing any elaborate jewelry and be respectful of your behavior. For Sikh funerals, color of the clothing isn't important, as is dressing modestly and being able to appropriately sit cross-legged. Actually, being respectful is just the #1 rule for any funeral, no matter what, really. Remember that, and please don't hesitate to ask what is and isn't appropriate to wear. If you're attending to support a friend, family member, or partner, this day is not about you, so be sure to do whatever you can to be as respectful and supportive as possible, even if that means not wearing what you're used to wearing at a funeral, or even if that just means asking how you appropriately show your respects. Medical museum in the UK contains some rare and unique artifacts. Kidneys, adrenal glands, lymph nodes. Interesting. I was just curious because, like, there's a museum called the Muter Museum, and it is sort of a medical museum, but it's more about medical oddities. Bizarre, actually, I think it's like, I can't remember the name of it, but like the condition where, your bones, when it breaks, it heals back, but then it just keeps going and basically calcifies all the muscle in the body until they functionally bone petrify, or like a, in the case of like conjoined twin skeletons or stuff like that, or like a really overgrown liver in one case, which is sort of the opposite of this one. It's interesting, if a bit morbid, which I guess kind of lines up with this game as well. Alright. From Matthew Jeffrey. Oh yeah. Hey there, Charlie. I was driving around the other day, taking our clients on their last trip around town, and I was thinking, strange I know, I would tell you the first time I went to a funeral. I was a teenager about to start university, and a friend of mine was killed in a car accident, totally out of the blue. Really tragic stuff. Messed me and my friends up real good. But, so, the big day, we all got into our best suits and dresses and packed ourselves into a few cars. There were a lot of us, so we had at least 3 different cars full of us, like clown cars, While we're in the procession going to the ceremony, someone in our car got a phone call from a friend in a different car. Turns out some asshat driver who doesn't know not to get in the way of a procession drove through the intersection and smashed straight into our friend's car. Nobody was hurt, thank God, but can you imagine getting that call? Anyway, one of my friends in the same car as me, the one who got the phone call, hung up and started laughing. Just laughing her ass off in a way that makes you not sure if they're really crying or if they've gone fully off the deep end. And she laughed, and then we all started giggling, because, like, go figure. Life's messed up sometimes, There's no moral, no point to that story, I guess. I just remembered that story and wanted to tell you. We work with death all the time, and I'm still sometimes get caught off guard by what that actually means. Oh, before you get any ideas, that has nothing to do with why I became a funeral director. That decision came totally later, and is nothing unremarkable. Somebody has to do it, and I have a strong stomach, so why not? I'll see you in a bit, Charlie. Matthew J. Funeral Director. I read this one. I don't know why it's still marked as on... Oh, no, okay, it's gray if you were on it. Okay, from Amy Rose. From Mia Garcia. Hi, Amy. Please pass along our deepest respects to you and your staff for the wonderful job they did with our mother's funeral. It was really lovely. Our family so rarely gets together. It's nice seeing everyone come out for such a beautiful service. My son never gets to see his family. Also, it was incredibly kind of you to let us bring our own food in. Getting to share home-cooked meals, sharing stories, being there together, it meant a lot. So what I'm saying is, it was nice for everyone to be there like that, together in that way. And I know how much that was due to the work of your staff, especially your funeral director. Thank you for making this difficult time easier for all of us. Best, Mia. From Amy. Just passing this message along. Thanks for your hard work, Charlie. Alright. And now, our next job. Bondage Monster doesn't know what to do with, which is why we laugh when things are sad or scary. Yeah, there's a streamer I know who it's like, when she's just really nervous or stuff like that, her sort of default response is to start laughing. Which makes sense considering she covers, like, weird conspiracies and stuff like that. Anywho. Next job. Hi, Charlie. Here are the instructions for your next body. You did a remarkable job on the first one. The family was very happy with you. No small feat, of course. Pleasing a grieving family isn't exactly the most comfortable of jobs. Your next job's a man named Mr. Duval, an elderly man, died of old age. Nothing fancy, just a standard funeral with embalming. You can reach out to his daughter, Lizzie Duval, if you have any questions. She's handling her father's passing as well as can be expected. And as always, don't hesitate to ask me any questions. Best. P.S. Charlie, dear, please remember to wear proper embalming gear. Formaldehyde is extremely dangerous. I know I don't need to tell you, but my maternal instincts are hard to ignore. I promise I won't mother you too much. No, just a little. Ask Matthew, he knows. I'll get right on it. Oh, actually, I do want to see if there's anything... Nope, they did not correct the typo. Alright. Alrighty, I'll get right on it. I wonder if there is a way to contact his daughter first. Does not look like it. Might be once we actually get to the table. Yeah. Traditional burials typically require embalming, which preserves the body and prevents it from decomposing as quickly. Unless the family requests otherwise, all traditional burials will use embalming. Let's start by cleaning the body. Click on the sponge and drag it over the body to clean it. I'm guessing the razor's for shaving him. Yep, click on the razor and drag it over the body to shave it. In order to break rigor mortis, you'll have to massage the body. Click and drag over the body to massage it. I guess no tool for this one. Oddly cathartic. The eyeballs deflate once the body starts decomposing. Click and drag an eye cap in each eye socket to give it shape. To keep the eyes shut, you'll need to glue them. Click and drag the glue onto each eye to shut it. The mouth sags and hollows once the body starts decomposing. Click and drag a cotton ball in the mouth to give it shape. To keep the mouth from opening, you'll need to suture it shut. Click and drag the needle and thread over the jaw to close it. Click and drag the lotion over the body to moisturize it. This prevents the skin from drying out. Embalming involves removing blood and replacing it with preserving chemicals. Click and drag the scalpel over the neck to make an incision. You're going to need a tube for draining the blood. Click on the tube and drag it into the neck incision. Click on the cannula and drag it to the carotid artery. This is how you'll get the preserving chemicals into the bloodstream. Okay. Now you need to connect the embalming machine to the cannula. Grab some additional tubing and drag it onto the cannula. There we go. Alright, click the button on the embalming machine to turn it on. In order to evenly distribute chemicals, you have to massage them through the body. Click and drag over the body to massage it. No time limit on this as far as I can see, unless this is just like a tutorial level. Cars for you. Where is it? Yeah, okay, it says it. Yeah, Mom does not want to be buried because she's had, similar nightmares about stuff like that. Great. Now let's sew up that incision. Click and drag the needle to thread over the incision to close it. Guess we just start from somewhere else? There we go. That's the tip of the needle. Okay. Alright. Almost done. You'll need to drain the organs of any remaining fluid. There we go. Click on the trocar and hold on the abdomen until all liquid has been drained. And you're done. Mike will take care of Mr. Duvall's makeup, as well as dressing and putting him in the casket. It's time to attend the funeral. I'm surprised we don't have, like, a choice of dress for some of this stuff, considering, you know, the stuff with the thing. I don't suppose we got anything else? No. Is that a Starfleet mug? I approve, so... Alright. I guess her daughter will be here. And I'm assuming that's her. Hey, little Timmy, didn't you read the newsletter? Okay. He always wanted to take his grandkids to the park to play catch. He loved playing catch. Threw a mean curveball, that's for sure. Maybe that's his daughter. Pay respects. Humming to himself. So strange not seeing most people wearing white. I'm guessing it's supposed to be she's Chinese because of the thing they mentioned. White? Yeah, I think it's different for different family members. I can't remember, I haven't gone to many traditional funerals, so mostly white, but like definitely not red, no matter what. Came out of nowhere. I mean, it always sort of did, doesn't it? Yeah, one minute you're laughing, having fun, and then the next, poof, that person's gone. Just like, gone. Yeah, it's weird to think about that for too long. Like staring at the sun. Start to feel all fuzzy when I think about it. So weird. How our bodies just stop working like that. Yeah. I believe that's everybody. I know there's some people who want their body liquefied as well. Just 'cause it's... Alright. I know some people had this thing where they get cremated, but they want the carbon from it condensed into, like, zirconium. Alright. Okay. Funeral months. Monthly LGBTQ funerals. Respect. Happy Pride Month, everybody. As morbid as this particular aspect of it would be. Alright. If you've been a long-time subscriber to our emails or follow us on social media, you've no doubt heard about the misgendering that transgender people are at times subjected to during their funerals. There have been notable situations where trans women have had their wishes overruled by their families and have had their hair cut, are buried under the wrong names, and subjected to the wrong pronouns in their obituary announcements. We care a lot about this because we believe in treating every person with the same level of compassion, respect, and care. And this absolutely extends to pronouns and respecting the deceased's wishes as per their lived experiences. The CDC's Funeral Director Handbook on Death Registration and Fetal Death Reporting offers the fraught directive. Either male or female based on enter male or female based on observation. Do not abbreviate or use other symbols. If sex cannot be determined after verification with medical records, inspection of the body, or other sources, enter unknown. Do not leave this item blank. Leaving up to observation obviously enters into the world of issues since bodies can be so different, and because of ingrained biases, people can draw incorrect assumptions based on their own inaccurate observation. California has passed what's known as the Respect After Death Act, which states that the death certificate must reflect the deceased's gender identity as they lived it. So, a step in the right direction. People who are trans deserve the same respect in death that people who are cisgender receive. Misgendering in death takes away this respect. It can also inflict hurt and trauma on spouses and friends that survive the deceased. So, what can we do as funeral directors? Listen to the people who come into your office. In America, especially, some marriages may not be recognized as legal depending on the laws around same-sex marriage, but this doesn't mean you're not dealing with two people who've loved each other in the same way as another couple. Listen. learn, and always be respectful. While you have to work with the next of kin, your duty is also to ensure the deceased receives the utmost respect in their burial. If a funeral is to honor the deceased, then do that. Honor them. Oop. Paycheck coming late, sorry. Oh boy. Hey Matthew, this is embarrassing, but it seems I miscalculated some of our income, and I don't have enough to pay you this week. Would it be terribly inconvenient if I cut you a check for next week instead? If you need the money urgently, please let me know. I feel terrible about this whole thing, and I can cut you a check from my personal account if need be. I'm so sorry about this. I assure you it won't happen again. Take care. From Matthew. I don't like the look of this, not one bit. I know you've only been with us a few months, but maybe you're aware of the trouble Amy's been having. Small mom and pop shop like Rose and Daughters can't compete with the bigger guys. Yeah, I was about to take the money now. Anyways, don't tell Amy I sent you this. Also, I'm starving, so I'm gonna go grab some fast food before taking the hearse to the car wash. 2 birds, 1 stone, and swinging back to the home. You want anything? Beef and cheddar? No, I don't want Arby's, dang it. I'm gonna take the hearse through the drive-thru, of course. Freaks people out. I love it. They get so awkward. Let me know. I'm heading out in 15 minutes. From Jen Love. Meet cutes for death-positive cuties. Charlie, I was doing some reading. I know you hate when I try and give you dating advice, but hear me out. There's this dating site that's specifically for people working in the death industry. Okay, so maybe I'm a little worried for you. You haven't mentioned anybody since the breakup of 2014 that we will never speak of again after this moment. But you're always saying how tired you get of people being scared to ask about your day, so maybe meeting somebody in the industry isn't the worst idea? Just promise me you'll consider it, okay? It's harder for me to make sure you're seeing sunlight when I'm all the way across the ocean. I know you look like a babe with pale skin and witchy goth aesthetics are super hot right now, but vitamin D is still a good thing. Mom, rent over. I'm gonna try it out, because turns out people get super scared when I tell them I work in a museum filled with dead bodies. Do you know how not interesting other people find teratomas? Charlie, I didn't know we were this weird outside people. I've been spoiled by having a best friend who's as much of a weirdo as I am. Miss you. Let's grab a bottle of wine on our next Skype date. P.S. If you sign up for Dead Meat, isn't that the best name for a death industry dating website? Tinder rules apply. You have to like me if you come across my profile or whatever. I'm not sure how it works just yet, though. Yeah, I may have recently been recommended to try speed dating. Alright, from Amy Rose and Lizzie Duvall. Hi, Amy. Thank you for the wonderful evening you and your staff put together for my father's funeral. He wasn't always an easy man to get along with, but I'm glad to have seen him off in such a kind way. Thank you, Lizzie. I'm passing on this lovely thank you note. Amy Rose. Alright, we're doing a cremation. Hello, Charlie. Today's funeral is for a woman who died from breast cancer. Nothing fancy, just a standard cremation. Don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions. Okay, I'm on... Oh, let me see the website. Okay. I was gonna check to see if the prices had adjusted any. Alright, anyway. I'm on it. Alright, before I... Just let me check one other thing. I saw something in one of the screenshots that made me want to check something. Okay, nothing else in here. Just let me straighten my face really quick. Keeps doing that drift. Okay, back. Before we cremate Miss Hall, we'll need to prepare her body. Miss Hall's family brought clothing and jewelry for her to wear. It's important to remove these before the cremation process as to not damage them. Oh, yeah, that's not fun. It's the same thing as, like, the doctor thing. You know, they just passed away. By the way, here's the bill. Let's start by removing Miss Hall's necklace. I can drag the necklace and place it on the purple tray. We'll place the necklace in the urn with Miss Hall's remains later. We need to be able to identify Miss Hall's remains after she's been cremated. Click and drag the round identification tag and place it in the coffin. Great! Miss Hall's all set to be cremated now. I hope that thing's fireproof. I mean, I suppose it has to be. Just don't do this if you're in Day of the Dead. Bad idea. Okay, there's the urn. This is the cremulator. Contrary to popular belief, cremation doesn't turn bodies into ash so much as bone fragments. Using the cremulator, we'll break these bone fragments down into ash-like remains. Let's start by placing the urn in the cremulator. Click and drag the bone fragments to drop them into the top of the cremulator. Preferably not turned into gold dust. Alright. Now that all the bones have been processed, click and drag the urn back onto the counter. Let's make sure to put Miss Hall's necklace back into the urn. Click on the necklace and drag it into the urn. Don't forget the tag. Click on the round identification tag and drag it to the urn. Last step. Click on the urn's lid and drag it to the top of the urn. All done. Amy will take the urn to the funeral parlor and present it alongside some flowers. One moment. Alrighty. This is nice, in a weird way. She'd like that we were all here together, talking. She always tried to keep the family together. The food's delicious. I know it's weird, but these crab cakes are perfect. Let's see. Glad she was cremated and not in like an open casket or something. Seeing her like that, I don't know if I could have. At least we all got to say goodbye. She'd have liked that. She fought really hard. She was proud of herself. She never gave up, not once. She would have hated this music. She never wanted her funeral to be sad. She would have wanted us smiling. She said so. No one told me that, so... But also I don't do the arrangement, so... Pay our respects. Alrighty. I guess you have to pay your respects first before you're allowed to exit the room. February 14th. Alright, are we gonna have more financial trouble? Obligatory press F. There we go. Alright. Just check and see if there's anything else in there. Alright. Yep. News about the future of Rose and Daughter's funeral home. Oh, so the very heavy heart that I have to write to you to let you all know that Rose and Daughters will no longer be in business. I had no idea how to start this email, and resources I Googled told me that it would be best and easiest way to break the ice. Be direct but remorseful, Google said. The truth is, I don't really know what to say. Since my father passed away, I've done my best to make Rose and Daughters warm and friendly to anyone who chose to use our services. It was my memorial to him, the original Rose, in a lot of ways. And you've all become like family, including you, Charlie, our most recent addition. But it's been getting harder to make ends meet. Rent's going up in the neighborhood, and I'm finding less and less I have the energy for the business. There's a lot of competition from other funeral homes, larger corporations than we are that can take on more business and offer more impressive services. You know the way it goes. So, we've been bought. Or are sold. Either way, soon, Hillside Heritage Enterprises Incorporated, company that owns many funeral homes in the city and across the country, will replace Rose and Daughters starting from the beginning of next month. Same building, same name. They're keeping the name Rose and Daughters Funeral Home for tax purposes. Though, honestly, I'm trying hard not to see it as a move on their part to keep up the image that it's a family-run business. I don't know how I feel about that, but I also don't know if there's anything I can do at this point either. I've signed the papers. At least my father's legacy is still intact, somewhat. They have a good reputation and have agreed to keep you all on. That was one of my stipulations. I'd sell, as long as you weren't all without a job. Sorry I didn't tell you in a more personal way. I'd have loved to have a company lunch, but I admittedly didn't have the heart to tell you in person. This was easy on me. Please understand. Alright. And we have our funeral monthly. Keep on protecting Earth with green burials. You've lived your life mindful of the environment, doing your part to reduce pollution and generally help out where you can. So why not continue doing that even in death? At least that's the thinking of a lot of people who are turning to green or natural burials. Natural cemeteries are becoming more popular and are focused on a few rules. Mainly, it's that bodies aren't allowed to be embalmed with chemicals that can damage the environment, and bodies must be buried in a biodegradable shroud or casket. Not only is this better for the environment, it's also cheaper. At Union Cemetery in Ontario, Canada, a natural burial is just over $1,000. So better for people, bet the environment, just maybe not so good for big business. Let's not forget, people, this is still a business after all. But really, why go green? Green burials help preserve natural resources, work to reduce carbon emissions, protect the health of those preparing bodies, and restore and preserve natural habitats. Embalming fluid tends to contain formaldehyde, and funeral directors report a higher incidence of leukemia. Going green and not using toxic chemicals for embalming helps protect funeral directors, while at the same time lessening the impact we have on the environment after we're gone. We here at Funeral Monthly think green burials are pretty cool. What do you think? Reply and let us know. Oh, our website's changed to Tales from the Crypts. We'll check that out after we've read everything else. Uh-oh. From Jen, a challenger approaches. Charlie? I've been playing a new game when things are slow at work. It's called Tales from the Crypt Sweeper. Get it? Get it? It's like Minesweeper, but way harder. Seriously, it's really, really difficult. And I thought my Minesweeper game was on point after working that overnight front desk job at that hotel for 3 years. But I must have gotten rusty. Anyway, instead of mines, you want to avoid graves so you don't disturb the adorable ghosts. Main character also kind of looks like you. Want to start a healthy competition? High score gets to pick the restaurant we go to when one of us is in town next. Huge group, all the smoke and cutting down trees. It's pretty great. Let's see. Okay. From Ryan Garcia. Hi, Amy. I know this email might be a bit odd, but you said if I was ever having troubles I should reach out, and you'd know somebody I could talk to about all this. I don't know what to do now. I know my grandmother had lived a full, good life and was very happy, and she's not in any pain now, but I feel empty, Amy. I've never felt this empty before. What am I supposed to do now? I thought I was stronger than this. Can you refer me to someone to talk to? I don't want to freak out my mom right now. She's dealing with enough with work and the will and trying to just be the best mom she can. I just need somebody to tell me it'll be okay. Thank you, and I'm sorry for being an inconvenience. Ryan. I thought I'd forward this to you. In situations like this, we typically connect people like Ryan with a grief counselor or other professionals who can really help them. Sometimes we get emails like this when people don't know where else to turn. It's difficult, and family isn't always the most reliable for some people. Usually I'd be happy to connect them, but I'm feeling a little tired today. Not my usual self. And it'd be good for you to start building these kind of relationships on your own. You're a treasure, Charlie. Amy Rose. Oh, and I guess we did respond. Oh no, maybe it's just assumed we responded. From Margaretta Hall. Hi, Amy. I'm so eternally grateful you were able to accommodate our request for my sister's funeral. It was a beautiful service, and she'd have been happy with it. Such a weird thing to say, isn't it? Thank you, again, from the bottom of my heart. Sincerely, Margarita. Okay. before that, let's check out this Tales from the Crypt thing. Left click dig, right click flag. There's my dice luck. Very first one. Alright. Okay. I don't know what the symbols mean, is the only thing. I guess I'll find out once it all gets revealed. Ooh, okay. Alright, I'm going to assume that circle means adjacent to 1. But that's probably safe to flag. Maybe that one's either 2 or 3. But the moon one, I don't know. I am going to assume these ones mean 2, and this means 3. I think that means... Well, this one might be tricky. Ugh. Okay. Now I can determine directly. Okay, yes. This means 3. Or no, okay, no. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. This means 3. This means 2. Now I have no idea what that one means. Do they randomize them? Alright. I mean, if you want to tag in a little bit for it, let's see. Alright. Alright. Okay, we know that circles, like circle with a dot in it, that means there's 1. The female symbol, that means there's 2. The crescent moon means there's 3. We don't know about what this symbol stands for. Okay, so they change. Okay, that mixes things up just a smidge. Let's see. Okay. The symbols and numbers are randomly paired. Well, that... Okay. Well, that one recommends starting from the corners. Ooh, don't know if the mic caught that. Another click. Alright, let's... Okay, we've got something that has a 4-looking symbol. Alright. Which, since it didn't clear out everything else, It means there's at least one of them around here. At least one, up to 3. Try the other corner if we want. Ooh, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, that tells me that the sort of... This symbol means 1. Which means we can flag that one. Try another corner. Okay. Alright. Four symbols of 2. Okay. We also have the crescent and the crescent is 3. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go for one more corner. Okay. Okay, Venus is 4. Okay. Which would mean, for Venus, all 4 of these would have to be it then, right? Okay. Alright. There's at least one there, and we know... Although it could also be... Okay. The 4 means there's 2, which would mean both of these have to be... Okay, at any corner with a trident, symbol diagonal to it, you can flag that corner. So, both of these... Corner of the undug field. Okay. So any corner with the trident. So like this then. Okay. Sorry, So that one? Okay, top left. So like that then? Okay. That one. Alright, so flag both. No, okay. 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 I'm trying to remember what convex, which one's convex and which one's concave. I'm sorry. Okay. So not these two. That one, I'm gonna hold it there for a second. Okay, I'm not moving. Okay, that was what is a mine, which is why I was saying, so flag that one. Right? But the one that is below it is not. Okay. Another mine. Okay. And then the one below that is another... Does it alternate like that, then? Okay. So I'm safe if I click on this next one, right? Correct, okay. And then flag and keep going down. Ah! I went too quick. Alright. I think we'll try one more round of this, and then we'll actually continue on with the story. Okay. I'm assuming these are our ones. But this one might be a 2. I will try at least another one. I'll try another one where we didn't get it on the first 4 corners. That sounds fair. All right, back to circles. It looks like. Okay. So we want ones with the corner where there's only the circles. That one is presumably a mine. Ooh. That one, I think, is correct. And then that one's a mine. Okay, that's a mine. This is probably 2s. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, 4s are probably 2s. Alright, this would have to be a mine, because this one doesn't have anything else to connect to. And then this would presumably also be a mine if it's 2. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Again, because there's 2 and these can only... Yeah, presumably if both of these can reach the 2, then it would have to be this one here. Which then, because this one already has this, then these 2 are clear? Am I in the right ballpark? Because this one already has the 1 here. After that, it's more uncharted territory. Okay. The bottom of that spit is mine, mine, no mine, no mine. Alright. Mine, mine, no mine, no mine, mine. Okay. Alright. Now, since there are 2, this one could either be... Next 2 lines are safe. Okay, yeah. No, okay. Because, yeah, this would have to have at least 2 somewhere else, and these ones can only have 1, so that would have to be a mine. Okay. Alright, now this one... This would have to be a mine, because this one here has 1 in range. But this one would not be. This is more intense than I was expecting. Alright. I'm gonna go for it. Okay, which also would mean that this one can't be a mine, because this one already has the one next to it. Now we've got 2 mines. Alright, this is starting to get a bit trickier. Either of these could be mines. Let's see if we can narrow this down. Or look elsewhere. Okay. This is not a mine, because this one here already has one next to it. Let's see what else we can narrow down. Okay, 4 is 2 mines. Yeah, 4 has to be 2 mines. And I believe this one is 3. Maybe. Second from the topmost left is a mine. Okay, second from the top leftmost is a mine. Okay, which then would mean that this is not a mine. Alright. Alright, and then we said Trident is 3. And the 4 is 2. Okay, if Trident is 3, then it would... Okay, oh shoot, no. It'd be at least those... it could be either of those. Alright, that corner has 2. This has 1 adjacent to it. And it's not in reach of this, so that has to be a mine, right? Which would also mean that this presumably is not. Okay. Because it's already got the 2, and this already has the 1, which also means that this and this are not a mine. So 1, 2, 3. Alright. Because, alright, yeah, once we can narrow down what is adjacent, then, okay, so then this is not a mine, because this one has already got one. Also means that this and this are not a mine. Okay. Now, what else can we get away with? Yeah, I'm starting to see... Although I am going to start running out of ones that are sure bets. Okay. That also means that these 3 are safe because this already has the diagonal here. So... And that would mean this one has to... Well, okay, it could be either that one or that one. Anyway. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That also means... Okay, that one's not in reach. Okay... Either of these 2 could be a mine. Okay, top rightmost from the top are mine, safe, mine. Okay, yeah, because, okay, the 2 connections. Mine, safe, mine. Okay. Then it has 3. And both of those have 3, so... Alright, let's see. Again, from here, either one of these could be the mine. Although, I want to say... Okay, either this is a mine, or this and this are a mine. Because either One here knocks out the 2 for both of these, or they each have their own separate one. Bottom one is safe. It's already touching mine. Oh, you're right. I didn't think of that one. Okay, which means this would have to be a mine, because it needs 2, and it ran out of other options. Which would also mean that... Okay. Which would also mean this has to be a mine here. Okay. 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 I gotcha. Mine. Okay, already got that one there. Alright. From here, let's see what else we can narrow down. Okay, if this one's already got the mine here, this has to be safe. Oh god, I played so much space pinball, or space cadet pinball. Oh, okay, this one also would have to be a mine. Which means that this is not a mine. Okay, this one's here and that one's here, which also means that all of these are safe. Yeah. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Okay. So we know... Alright. This has to have 2 connected to it. Although it could be... Okay. That has 3 connected to it. That could be either of those. Although, like you said, alright, any diagonal like this, that would have to be a mine, right? Because we have the convex one. Yeah, it doesn't have any other one near it. So that one's a mine. And then... But that one's not, because the circle's here. Okay. Now... Alright, so these have 3. So that has to be a mine. And that one's not. Okay. Ooh. Also a mine, because of the corner here. But that knocks out these 2, which mean that these 3 are safe. Alright. Oh, actually, you know, that would mean this one, and... Oh, dang it. I got ahead of myself. Well, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Did I get the number of symbols wrong? Or I guess I flagged a mine wrong. Alright. Okay, I must have not flagged this one on accident and I thought this was a corner. Okay, I see where I went wrong, I think. I too early thought I had a corner because because it was a corner here, but I didn't notice this one over on the side. That's on me. Okay. I think I should probably continue on with the story, but if it gives me the option at the end, I will try and do at least another round with the knowledge bestowed upon me by the Minesweeper masters we have in chat. Alright. But I very much appreciate y'all's support. That helped quite a bit. Okay. Now. Alright. From Mariana Reyes to Amy Rose. Hi, Amy. You asked if there was any special instructions we wanted to pass along? Just please cremate my father. He has a pacemaker, too. The doctor told me that would need to be removed. Hi, Charlie. Please see the note below about the pacemaker. They can be tricky. Best, Amy Rose. Alright, let's learn how to do pacemakers. Mr. Reyes came directly from the hospital, so don't need to worry about removing any valuables from him, as the family did not provide any for us to include. However, Mr. Reyes has a pacemaker that we'll need to remove before cremation. Because pacemakers are batteries, they will explode inside the hot heat of a cremation machine, and we definitely don't want that. Let's start by removing Mr. Reyes' pacemaker. You can see the pacemaker. Click on the forceps to click and drag the pacemaker out of the heart. I feel like it's not actually this easy, but... Put the forceps away and place the round identification tag in the coffin. Yep, come on. Mr. Reyes is all set to be cremated now. Alrighty, he didn't have any valuables, so just the tag, I think. Well, that and the bones, obviously. Using the tremulator, we'll break these bone fragments down into ash-like remains. Ooh. Oh, it's got some physics on him. Look at the jaunty skeleton if he got back up. All done. Amy will take the urn to the funeral parlor and present it alongside some flowers. Alright. Did you ever end up cleaning the air with your father? No. We talked a few times, but no, not really. He sounded like a difficult man. He was stubborn. That's just it. Stubborn. What do you want to do after this? It's pretty nice out. Let's change and go find a patio somewhere. Sounds good. I could really use a beer right now. Hey, did I ever tell you about the time we tailgated? I always told him to quit smoking, but of course he never listened to me, so that figures. I wonder if he ever liked me. He was nice to me, but I don't know. He never seemed like he really cared if I was there or not. Is our next one going to be the big corporate funeral? Alright. We pay our respects, and we head back. February 28th, 10:35 a.m. Alright, let's see what we got. Hi, Amy. I just wanted to thank you for the service the other month, and I apologize if I was abrupt. It was kind of a shock for me, and I didn't feel comfortable with the whole process. He wasn't supposed to die yet. It hasn't been easy. I thought I'd pass this along to you. Alright. Things to avoid saying at a funeral. Welcome back! Now, we rarely do listicles here, but for this month's newsletter, we thought a listicle would be the best way to... Wasn't literally the first one you did a listicle? That you forgot the number 7 in? Anyway. We thought a listicle would be the best way to deliver this month's advice. What not to say at a funeral. We know figuring out the right thing to say to a grieving friend can be extremely difficult, and since it's such a personal issue, it's hard to give specific advice. Some things will be more comforting to other people. But, fortunately, we can deliver a little bit more solid advice on what not to say to someone who is grieving. So here it is, Funeral Monthly's top 5 things to not say at a funeral. Number 1. At least they're no longer suffering. Even if this is true, nobody wants to hear this. It's probably not your place to dictate. Who wants to be told that the death of someone they love is for the best? Like I said, even if it's true, don't be that jerk and just don't say it. Were they saved? No religious statements. Just don't. Why? Because not everyone agrees with your religious views, and not only is it not always comforting, it can also be insulting. They're with the angels now. See above's note, then rinse, repeat. Let me know how I can help. This one's tricky. You want to help, but those in mourning won't always ask for help. If you want to help, suggest specific things. For example, I'm free if you know someone to babysit. If you need someone to babysit the kids. Actions are always better than passive statements. Cook something for them. Take them to their favorite restaurant or buy tickets to see a movie together. I know how you feel. Even if you think you do, everyone grieves differently. Don't focus this on yourself. Empathy doesn't involve having to commiserate. Sometimes people will want to hear your experiences, but don't assume they will. Ask first. For a quicker version of this list that can be applied to any situation, don't say stuff just for the sake of saying stuff. Just say, I'm sorry, if you don't know what else to say. Alright, all caps, mushrooms! You hate mushrooms so much, I found the perfect thing for you. I've been thinking about death. I know, shocker, but look what you've done to me. I think I want this mushroom suit. No, it's not called that, but I can't remember the name of it, and I'm writing you on my phone, so I don't feel like Googling it right now. Anyway, the idea is, it's a biodegradable suit that the deceased wears. It's made with what people call a biomix, mushrooms and other microorganisms that help to decompose bodies, neutralize toxins in the body, and provide nutrients for the soil for plants. I think this one company even offers casket liners for use in green caskets. I think this is what I want. It'll be just like Hannibal. Wait, don't tell people I said that, okay? But seriously, it's pretty cool. I love all the death innovation happening. Might as well do something in the ground, you know? Love you. Think about it and let me know your thoughts. I want all your thoughts. If it's not this, then maybe I'll have my ashes made into jewelry. But seriously, I'm probably going to do this. There's no harm in planning ahead, right? Yeah, the making into jewelry was the cubic zirconium thing I mentioned earlier. I still one of these days need to actually finish watching Hannibal. I watched the first, 2 episodes, but I never finished. But I like Mads Mikkelsen and I like Lawrence Fishburne, so... And it's a very pretty show in a macabre sense. Oh, boo. Did I lose my opportunity at the Minesweeper? It's back to Rose and Daughters. Nuts. Maybe we'll find our way back. Anyway. Our son, from Manuel Scott. Good day, Miss Rose. Disregard our son's will as it concerns matter of his burial. He was clearly not thinking right, and I don't know what he really wanted. Proceed with an open casket funeral. As for payment, we'll bring a check. Manuel Scott. Oh boy. Alright. Charlie, I was hoping you wouldn't have to confront this situation. Yet, anyways, they're never easy. Rose and Daughters has been asked to prepare the body for a young man who took his own life. He had a will prepared and asked for cremation, but the families demanded a traditional burial instead. Unfortunately, he didn't make anyone his power of attorney or didn't have any witnesses sign his living will or his advance directive regarding these wishes, so his family is legally in the right to do whatever they wish with his body. It's unfortunate, but we have to do as his family wishes. Matthew has graciously offered to take this on if you're uncomfortable with the subject. Instead, we'll have a second body you can prepare for a funeral we're hosting later this afternoon. Charlie, is this suicide something you're comfortable dealing with? Let me know. I'm here if you need me. Alright. We going for doing this one, or are we going to go with the second body? Like, I know which way my preference goes, but just figured I'd ask the chorus. Alright. Don't do it. Alright. We have a somebody has thrown down the gauntlet. I'm not comfortable. Yeah, no, I'm not comfortable. Okay. Well, it's relatively short. If we have to, we could speed run our way through. Alright. The deceased families asked for an open casket funeral. Start by cleaning the body. I don't actually know anything about Mr. Rossi. Alright. Break rigor mortis. Insert eye caps into each socket. Then glue it closed. Then we put the cotton balls in the mouth and sew it closed. Moisturize the body. Yep. Make the incision at the neck, put the tubing in. Alright, and turn on the embalming machine and massage the fluid out. Then we use the trocar to get the organ fluids out. Like, you can tell how many more you have to do based on how much embalming fluid's left over. Trying to miss that there. Forgot about sewing the incision closed. Oh, something a bit more or less durable. Alright. I care of Miss Monster's makeup, so I was dressing and putting her in the casket. Alright. Let me just double check to see if we can still do Minesweeper. Nope, it's Rose and Daughters. Alright. She's no longer suffering or in pain. Ma'am, you didn't read the newsletter. Yeah, she's in a better place now. Mm-hmm. She was too good for this world. Okay, thanks, Aunt Sandy. Since she died. Once. How was Anna crying and not me? I'm the one who lost a parent. Quiet sobs. Where's Maria? She couldn't be here. She didn't want to see her mother's body. I mean, I don't blame her. Anyway, I'm pretty impressed with the food. Did you try the amaretti? Doesn't look like her at all. I was gonna say we didn't, like, you know, powder. Well, I guess he did say he was gonna do the makeup, but oh, we dressed her, but maybe he kind of was a bit too, I don't know, worn out by the previous one. To okay. Yeah, here we go. We've got the new one. To Jad Grant to Rose and Daughter staff. We're pleased to bring on Rose and Daughters as part of Hillside Heritage Enterprises Incorporated. It will be another institution among hundreds of other properties owned across the country. But of course, as part of the adjustment process to the Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. culture, there will be a number of changes that will come to Rose and Daughters. We'll send out the memo regarding the specifics and details of these changes, and we expect them to be followed impeccably. Glad to be leading the way for Rose and Daughters from now on. Physical damage reduction movement heavy, okay. Oh boy. Matt's not happy. Can I just say, first off, this is bullcrap. Knowing how these corporations run, I wouldn't be surprised if they'll monitor our emails now. No, okay, I don't really believe that. I'm just upset. I get that Amy didn't have much of a choice. You only fight a huge corporation taking all your business for so long, sitting 6 feet under. They just swooped in, and now we have to deal with their BS practices. They're cold in the corpse I picked up from the morgue this morning. Who charges this much for funerals? It feels dirty and exploitive. Let's grab a drink after work. I need to blow off some steam, and emails aren't really the most appropriate place to do this, too. Too late for me, I guess. Let's see those prices. Oh, they don't even tell you. That's a bad sign. They don't even tell you the price. Operated by Hillside Heritage Enterprises Incorporated. Rose and Daughters is the newest funeral home to join Hillside Heritage, proudly serving 56 different communities nationwide since 1964. Rose and Daughters features several available packages for burials and cremations, a spacious visitation suite for added comfort, and catering available on site. Rely on our dedicated and friendly staff to help you with your funeral needs, whether you need our immediate assistance for a loved one or would like to pre-plan your own final arrangements. Our services. We offer many packages fitted to suit every size of gathering and budget. Ask about our selection of caskets, urns, and headstones, the largest in the country. Yeah, funeral packages. Also, I just realized I think it's the same number from... There's an episode of Rugrats where it was just 555 over and over again. Was it for marriage counseling? It was something they called while on the TV. Anyway. Bronze Funeral Package, an intimate gathering and memorial for your loved one, customized to fit your individual needs. Best suited for groups of 25 to 50. Silver Funeral Package, a small but special celebration for your loved one. Best suited for groups of 50 to 100. Gold Funeral Package, give your loved one the best with the best we have to offer. A large gathering to celebrate your loved one. Best suited for groups over 100. Subject to additional fees and taxes, payment plans available. Alright. Different funeral traditions. Funeral rites, even in our own culture, may be something many of us may be unfamiliar with. For many people, all they know of funeral traditions are what they've seen in media. But, and I think this goes without saying, funeral rites and traditions aren't the same across the board. Different cultures have different protocols for cleaning the body to different aspects of the service itself. Religion provides different paths for dealing with the death, but the goal is almost always the same, offering support, guidance, and ease to the people who are grieving. In Judaism, interment usually begins immediately after someone's passed. Up until burial, the body is never supposed to be alone, so often families will appoint a shomer, a guardian, to remain with the body. Preparations for burial begin as soon as possible in Muslim traditions as well. Local Islamic community organizations are also often involved and help the family make arrangements for the funeral service and burial. But not all practices are strictly religiously focused. In the aughts in South Korea, the amount of graveyard space began to shrink drastically, causing a law to be passed that required families to remove a loved one's body from its burial place after 60 years. Many families began to cremate more often. But there are also companies that compress remains into beads in turquoise, pink, or black called death beads. This also occurs in North America, Europe, and Japan, but remains much more common in South Korea because of the space issue in graveyards and the expense of cremation. And not all practices are somber either. Ever hear of the turning of the bones or the Famadihana, a ritual by the Malagasy people of Madagascar? Famadihana has families return to an ancestral crypt, exhume the bodies wrapped in cloth before dancing with the bodies to lively music. This practice is a celebration, remembrance, and a way of keeping the deceased involved in family news. Death can be a difficult time for many people, obviously, but that doesn't mean there's a beauty in the way we choose to honor and celebrate our deceased. Alright. Jen Love. Oop. You were invited to attend a death cafe. Come increase awareness of death with a view of helping people make the most of their finite lives. Join us, have a tea and cake, and talk with others about our thoughts, fears, and illuminations on death. The founder of the Death Cafe movement, John Underwood, once said, "When people talk about death and dying, it tends to illustrate their humanity." See everyone at the Upside Down Jar next Thursday. Death Cafe. From Jen Love to Charlie. Can't really write much right now. I have a lot of work I have to do with an inguinal hernia from 1750s. It's the oldest in our collection. You can even see this bit of paper the surgeon put in it for removing the hernia. Super cool. I'll send you the link when we have it cataloged. What is my life? What is that sentence I just typed? Anyway, this event that I'm forwarding is taking place near you. Figured you'd be into it. Might help with that feeling of restlessness you're talking about before. Could be good to talk about some of the things you're feeling. Lots of death-positive people there. Sounds like it'll be a safe space. Alright, and Chad Grant. Leah Inesco. Thank you, Mr. Grant, for agreeing to take care of Jocelyn's cremation. The bike accident was, well, it was more than I was expecting. I know she wanted to be cremated, and to be honest, I don't think I could bear seeing her like that after what happened. Thank you, Leah. Charlotte. Below are the details for our next client. Ensure you follow the requested specifications exactly. After you're done, I'll review your work in order to properly evaluate you at the end of the month. Chad Grant, CEO and Managing Funeral Director, Hillside Heritage Enterprise, Inc., Rose and Daughters Division. I'll get right to it. Okay, well, it's a cremation. They didn't specify anything about the jewelry either, I don't think, so... Prepare Miss Nesco's body for cremation. Oh, okay. Remove her watch. Oh, on the tray. Identification tag. Into the cremulator. Oh, right, the urn. I didn't know you'd put jewelry in the urn with the ashes. Or bone powder, I guess. All done. Matthew will take Miss Nesco's urn to the funeral parlor and present it alongside some flowers. Alrighty. She was always so careful. Wore her helmet, signaled, used the bike lanes. Asshole drivers, they need to pay attention. Have you heard what's happening to the driver? No, I haven't wanted to ask, Leah. This has been hard enough on them without asking about the legal ramifications of all of this. Yeah. After all this, let's see what we can do to help them. Shouldn't deal with the death of their partner all by themselves. Should we do a vigil at the spot? Careless drivers, I swear to God. I'm glad I'm here, but wow, I just need a glass of wine and to binge watch something right now. I have to go through all of her things. How am I supposed to decide what to keep? If you need help, I can help. No. Thanks, but no. I don't know. It's so intimate. It feels like I should do it myself. She would kill me if others saw the things we have. Yeah, she was kind of a closed book, except to you. Yeah, she was special. So glad it was a cremation. I would have lost it seeing her body. Sorry, going live. Alright. Okay, what do we got? Oh boy. Rules of Code and Conduct. Hello. As stated in a previous email, here are the new rules and code of conduct I expect you to follow from now on while on any premises belonging to Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. First and foremost, there is a required uniform and strict dress code from now on. Second, most importantly to this, is that no tattoos are to be visible. If you have visible tattoos, ensure they are properly covered and hidden. Don't know if anybody's seen the cover on this, of this game, but yeah. Okay, I'm curious what I see the Dr. Zaius thing, and I'm curious if this is going to be related to the Planet of the Apes part of it, or the Simpsons joke. We'll find out. Alright. Oh boy. When speaking with customers and clients, consider the opportunity to upsell, i.e. always encourage the deceased loved ones to purchase the higher quality package. We find that encouraging loved ones to think of the comfort and style of the deceased as an experience with no price limit on it. Additionally, food is no longer allowed to be brought in. Instead, encourage the deceased loved ones to purchase our premium sandwich and appetizer food package. Our partner Catering Concepts provides high-quality food that will be delivered weekly from their factory and can easily be defrosted the morning of the funeral. I expect all of the above changes to be instituted effective immediately to ensure a smooth transition to the high-quality services Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. is known for. Game's not exactly subtle with some of this, but fair enough. Alright. Charlie, I need a drink. Beer after work? Okay. Green burial policy. Oh boy. Alright. Hello, Charlotte. I've reviewed your request on behalf of a potential family inquiring if we at Hillside Heritage Enterprises can and will perform green burials. I should have informed you at the beginning, but we do not perform green funerals as they are not cost-effective. All employees and subsidiaries of Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. must comply. We do not wish to lose potential customers, though, so do try your hardest to convince the family requesting green burials to instead choose a traditional burial package, complete with embalming, caskets, and vaults instead. I trust you'll ensure we do not lose any customers, Charlotte. Okay. Oh. Dr. Zaius? Charlie, I just saw a video of a gorilla walking on its hind legs. Like a human being, Charlie. A human being. We as a species have seen the beginning of our end. Okay, so the Planet of the Apes one, got it. Home funerals. Why we do it? The appeal of a home funeral is apparent for many, especially if the deceased was somebody very close to you. The idea of keeping them at home until they're ready to be buried or cremated can be comforting. It wasn't that long ago that we were taking care of our own deceased, but nowadays people are quick to pass off their loved ones to a funeral home. Most families aren't given the option and assume this is mandatory. Funeral homes will almost always prepare the deceased using embalming and other methods to make them appear more alive. But isn't this process counterintuitive to the grieving process? Being around the deceased allows the bereaved to spend a longer period of time with their loved one's body, which can help them mourn, or give opportunities to family members and friends to see the deceased one last time, before they're taken to be buried or cremated. The idea of keeping the deceased's body at home might sound gross, but it's important to understand that decomposition takes a long time, and you can further slow this process by keeping your home cool and dry. To be around your loved ones and see them decay naturally is an important part of the grieving process. Home funerals aren't just more intimate, but they're more economical. A traditional funeral, complete with body preparation, service, flowers, cards, and many other hidden costs and fees, can cost upwards of $7,000 to $10,000. When you're able to take care of your loved ones, to wash and dress them, and to organize their viewing from home, the only cost remaining is entirely in the cremation and burial itself. However, it's important to understand that different rules apply given on what state you live in. In all states, it's legal to have your loved one's body at home after they die. States like Alabama, Connecticut, Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Michigan, Nebraska, New Jersey, and New York require a funeral director's involvement, from signing the death certificate to overseeing burial or cremation. If this is a route you decide to go for yourself or your loved ones, make sure you follow everything by the book. But just know that this may be an option available to you and your loved ones if you so choose. Alright. Latest contract acquisition, the city. Charlotte. I'm proud to announce that Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. received a contract from the city to dispose of any unclaimed bodies. This is an important revenue stream for us, as I'm sure I don't need to explain to you, Charlotte. Although Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. is being paid a decent wage from the city for these services, cremation's preferred here as it's the most cost-effective of the two options. The first unclaimed body we'll be handling belongs to a middle-aged man, possibly homeless, whose body has yet to be claimed. No special preparations are needed for this cadaver aside from cremation. I'll take care of it. Before I cremate this gentleman, we'll need to prepare his body. He doesn't seem to have any valuables on him and that would be damaged during cremation, so let's just worry about putting his identification tag in the coffin with him. This gentleman's all set to be cremated now. Oh, right. Keep forgetting to put the urn in first. All done. Matthew will take the urn to the funeral parlor and present it alongside some flowers. Considering there was no family, this might just be us. Yep. Oh. Least we can do is pay our respects. Let's see what we got. I'm curious if Charlie will have quit. Or not Charlie, Matt. Yep, Matt's gone. And Jen found somebody. Alright. Ooh. I think we're also gonna be, I get the feeling she's going in, I'm guessing she's gonna try and go independent. Registering your business, 11 permits. If you're interested in starting a funeral service business, you may need the following permits and licenses. 1. Articles of incorporation. 2. I don't want to go through the entirety of... Oh, I can't even go through all of them anyway. There's no button to go to the other pages. Alright. Contract Exposition Hospital. Hello, all. We're thrilled to announce that Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc. subsidiary Rose & Daughters just signed a contract with Morning Valley Hospital, allowing us to access all the cadavers that come through their pediatric and maternity wards. Boy. Alright. We're excited for the opportunity to work with Morning Valley Hospital, which intakes over 100,000 patients and receives over $15 million in funding and donations annually. This will no doubt be a boon for Hillside Heritage Enterprise Inc.'s bright and sustained future. I'm done. Charlie, it's official. I put in my 2 weeks' notice. You know how unhappy I am working for Mega Corporation 101. My skills, especially my driving ones, are useful in other professions. I'm not worried about myself. But you I am worried about. You're too good for this corporate scum. You actually care about the people you work with and for. Don't let them defeat you, okay? P.S. I'll bring beers over next week. We can talk a bit more freely. Jen, to Charlie. I kissed her! Dating a special effects makeup artist, and she's like the coolest person I've ever met in my life. She totally loves Ava's possession, and was equally freaked out by the possession scenes, but so utterly delighted at the idea of a support group for people who've been possessed. That was your best recommendation in a while, Charlie. You were slipping there. I was getting worried you'd lost your taste. But yeah, her name's Lily, and she's super death positive, and isn't freaked out by my work, and also isn't too into it like that last dude I saw, Jason, Michael, can't remember. I just really like spending time around her. I can talk about whatever I want, and it's never a conversation stopper. She also totally gets what I mean when I say that, like, working with death and spending so much time thinking about death actually makes me happier. makes everything feel so much more worth it, you know? Memento mori, or whatever they taught us in that one poetry class we took. We just clicked. Feels good. Fun and affirming, like dating should be. I'm thinking of taking her to Maple Meadows. She's super into roller coasters, and I think the idea of sharing cotton candy, or maybe not, I don't want to throw up on the rides, is sickeningly cute. Then maybe I'll kiss her on top of the Ferris wheel, be super corny and cliche for once in my life. Anywho, enough about me now. I'm still kind of in shock from your last email. Do you think you're gonna do it? You know you have my support 100% no matter what you decide. It took me a sec, Drac. How fitting for Friday the 13th. Alright. Oh yeah, this is the liquefied thing, right? Let's see. Water cremation. I've heard of that one. Water everywhere and not a drop to drink. Water cremation. We can call it a few different things, like flameless cremation, bit of an oxymoron, but we'll let it slide, or perhaps more commonly, resumation. Its technical name, though, is actually alkaline hydrolysis. Whatever we want to call it here, it's here, and it's an environmentally friendly alternative to traditional cremation. I heard some mixed things, actually, on that one, but anyway. Well, at least we get it for next year. Yeah, for the sake of this newsletter, we'll call it water cremation. We all know that traditional cremation and burials take a huge toll on the environment, the high energy consumption that adds to greenhouse gas effect being one of the chief among them, and water cremation is an alternative method available to the eco-conscious amongst. How does it work? It's basically a water-based chemical process that uses really strong alkali in water heated up to very high, about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. It basically works like a sped-up version of natural decomposition. The excess water gets put through the same water treatment process as any sewer water at a factory, and alkaline hydrolysis uses significantly less energy than traditional cremation process. Neat, huh? It's been around for a bit, and in some places became legal around the end of the first decade of the aughts. Not a bad alternative for those who don't want the death to have any greater impact on the environment than necessary. Oh boy, home funeral one. Alright. From Kofi Dickma. Oop. Oh, God. This feels gross. Alright. From Kofi Dimka to Jack Grant. Dear Mr. Grant, regarding the last time we spoke, my daughters and I would still prefer to host our home funeral ourselves and keep my wife here until she's ready to be buried. I just want to make sure she's taken care of. Her heart attack was so sudden, we don't know what to do. We just want to make sure she has a proper send-off. Thanks, Kofi Dimka. Dear Mr. Dimka, I understand your desire to keep your wife at home, but I assure you, the best way to honor your wife is through a traditional funeral package instead. I promise you your wife's funeral with us will be a beautiful, intimate gathering where all of her beloved friends and family can come together and say their goodbyes. A standard embalming will allow for everyone to view your wife, ensuring that everyone can see her one final time as she was, beautiful, peaceful, and courageous. Letting us take care of the food with our prepared food service will ensure you don't have a single thing to worry about on this day. You and your daughters are going through a hard time right now. Let us here at Rose and Daughters make this difficult time a little easier for you. Dear Mr. Grant, okay, we'll take the traditional funeral package. Thanks for considering us in this hard time. Best, Kofi Dimka. Charlotte, I see you were not able to convince the Dimka family to take a standard funeral. I had to contact them myself in order to not lose this sale. Please read the enclosed emails for a lesson on how to properly upsell potential customers. I don't want to see that we've lost any customers because of your refusal to upsell. That's part of your job. Again, makes sense then why we're going for that one. Alright. Open casket funeral, clean the body. Doesn't look like she needs to shave any, so... Rigor mortis. And the eye caps. Glue. Cotton balls. Suture. Then moisturize. calming. Alright, turn her on and then do the massaging. Closed. Drain excess fluid. All done. Mike will take care of Miss Dimka's makeup as well as dressing and putting her in her casket. Starving. Why do these things always make me so hungry? You're always hungry. I'm so cold in here. I think they have the air conditioning on too high. Yeah, let's go for a walk later. It's really nice out. It'd be good to stretch my legs. Do you think we did the right thing? I feel bad not doing what Mom asked for. I know, honey, but what that Chad guy said seems right. We don't want to dishonor her memory by letting her rot. Yeah, but I just want Mom to know I loved her. I wish I hadn't yelled at her before. Shh. It's okay. She knew you loved her. Fights happen. Please don't be hard on yourself. Yeah. I'm gonna miss her. Me too. This feels so impersonal. She would have hated this. Yeah, but I don't know. They must have had their reasons. Oh, hey, what'd you think of that trailer I sent you? Oh, yeah, I heard that show's so good. I saw that video of the one kid actor doing karaoke. Tonal whiplash. Alright. Guessing this is gonna be our last thing. Yeah, the music's a bit more upbeat. Yeah, we went into business for ourselves. Got it. Now the question is, can we do Minesweeper on here? Or sorry, Tales from the Crypt. Congratulations from Amy Rose to Charlie. Charlie, dear, I'm so proud of you. I knew there was something special in you when I hired you for Rose and Daughters. If there's anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm always happy to help. Best wishes, Amy Rose. P.S. I sorely miss you and Matthew's terrible sense of humor. I think we did. Yep. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Alright, I think he's... You'll never believe what new job I'm working now. Open this email to find out. Hey, Charlie. When I first became a hearse driver, I was told that my most important job wasn't steering, it was sympathizing. I respectfully disagree, and thankfully I concentrated on my driving skills, since I'm now working as a, wait for it, bus driver. A school bus driver, Charlie. Can you believe that? Pretty sure if I said the most important part of my job wasn't steering, I'd be fired immediately. I didn't know how else to tell you. For some reason I was worried you'd think less of me, but I don't know why. You've never been the judgmental kind. And besides, corpses are way easier to deal with than children. Screaming children, I might add. I actually love it. These kids can be pretty cute. But don't tell Amy that I told you that. She was always hopping on me for not having any kids and for being all cynical about them. Congrats on your new business, Charlie. I'm proud of you. I'll swing by your new place one day and show you my new wheels. Maybe we can grab a bite to eat. Be seeing ya. From Jen, congratulations on your new business. Charlie, I'm so happy for you! I know it's been a rough year for you. Seriously, I think our wine intake saw a bazillion% increase, but you've stuck through it like a champ. You deserve this. Finally being your own boss is a great move for you. No more having to explain anything you don't want to. I'm trying not to be too cheesy right now. Can't wait to be home next week for our visit and to check out your new space. Always. P.S. Have you heard about those green burial pods? When I find the link in my 1 million open tabs, I'll shoot it over to you. And Magnolia Forest. Magnolia Forest Funeral Home and Natural Burial Park. Our services. Magnolia Forest, named after the magnolia trees that surround the funeral home, specializes in at-home funerals and green burials in our natural burial park. Our goal is to empower families and encourage them to have a closer relationship with death and the dying process. The death of a loved one can be confusing and sometimes traumatic time, and we want you to feel fully involved in your loved one's death care decisions. Whether you're looking for care for your loved one or from the comfort of your home, be present during their cremation, or bury them in our natural cemetery, Magnolia Forest is here to work with you and provide these simple but intimate and meaningful options. Natural Burial Park. Our natural burial park allows the body to return to the earth and recycle naturally. It's intended as an environmentally sustainable alternative to existing funeral practices. Our park has room for bodies of all sizes and ages, as well as beloved pets. Families also have the option to bury their loved ones themselves if they so choose. Prices. We believe in being transparent about our prices and practices. We're happy to explain all of our prices, work within your budget, and hope to make you feel comfortable and confident in your decision. Let us know if we can answer any of your questions. Home funeral, $1,000 all inclusive. Green burial and service, $2,250 for adults, all inclusive. Direct cremation, $600 all inclusive. Caveat. Infants are buried at no charge. We can provide a 3x3 plot and help opening and closing the grave. Eileen Hansen. Dear Charlie, today's the day already, isn't it? I can't believe how quickly this has come up. Thank you for your understanding and for your work. You've made today easier already. See you at 1 p.m. Best, Eileen Hansen. I'll see you soon. This hurts. I thought it'd be easier, but it's not. It hurts so much. But thank you for helping me give her the funeral she always wanted. Anyway, I think we're ready to get started now. That was kind of sweet. Alright. Question for the audience. Do we do Minesweeper before we switch over games? Or do we do it after we finish with Alchemy thing as a final thing? Bits at a time limit on. Alright. Now, the question is, will they let us go straight back to it, or do I have to speed run my way through the starting stuff? Aw. Okay, let's see what continue lets us do. Okay, continue just puts us back at the last one. So then we have to do start new game. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're just gonna speed through the emails here. Okay, that's when it's still Rose and Daughters. Get right to it. This one's just clean the body. Probably just gonna pay our I think I can just pay the respects and head back. Yeah, okay. This won't take that long to get back to it. I just noticed the little loading thing had just a skull at the bottom. I missed that. Alright. Okay, still just Rose and Daughters. Regular embalming, I believe. Although he needs to be shaved. Suture up the incision. Alright. Now we drain. Yeah, probably. Alright. I'm walking for it. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Alright. I'll see you when you get back. Alright, I will try not to let you down. Although having both the regular DMs scrutinizing you is exposing all my weaknesses for certain puzzles. Okay, still another one, just a cremation, which should go quick. At least quicker than the other one does. Okay. I know I saw some people asking for like an infinite mode where it's like, you know, make sure you do all the different steps properly, because it's like, oh, it seems like it's doing a tutorial teaching you how to do it, and it's like, no, they guide you through each step for every single one. Okay, remember to put the urn there. Alright. Okay. Admittedly, though, having an option to view it from just like the main menu would have been nice, but well. Or a chapter select. Granted, it's not a particularly long game, and if you're speeding through it, you can get back to it quick enough. It's just, it would make my life a little bit easier. Okay. There she is. Alright. Corner. 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 Dang it. Dang it. Corner. Dang it. Corner. 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 Alright. Well, it kind of narrows this one down. The 4s have to be the 1. Presumably, the U is the 2. And this might be 3. Okay. But because we know this one already has that here, that has to not be a ghost. Okay. Which also means, if this is 2, all of those these both have to be mines. No, wait, no, they don't. But that one has to be a mine. But these both have 2 because the one next to it. So that one should be safe. Yes, okay. Which also means, if these are the 1, then that one, then this one, and this one are safe. Okay. Which also means that this one, and this one, and this one are also safe. Okay. This one is not safe because it's the corner one, and there's no... Not falling for that trick again. Alright, no other one there. Similarly for this one, that one has to be safe, which means that safe, safe, also safe, because it's got the one next to it. And that, there we go. Alright, okay. Which means this one has to be a mine. Now we don't know what the circles are yet. Okay. If this is 2, I just got here. We finished the rest of the game, so we came back and Alright. If this has to be 2, then this has to be also a mine, because this one... Which also means this one's safe. But one of these has to be a mine, because if this is 2... I'll work out the rest of the stuff in the meantime. You also have to be a mine. Which means that you are not a mine. Okay. You are a mine. Which means you aren't. Also means you aren't. Unfortunately, I do not know. No, these are 2. I don't know what the 3 and up ones are. Okay, well... Oh, alright, this one would have to be a mine. Which would mean that this one is not, this one is not, and this one is not. Also means this one is not. Okay. So... Alright, all those ones are definitely not mines. You, however, have to be a mine. Does mean that, because yeah, nothing else is around it. Yeah, that has to be mine. But that means that you are not, and you do have to be a mine. But that also means that. Wait a minute. Wait, hang on. Whoop, whoop. Getting ahead of ourselves. You are. Yeah, false flag, I just realized, because this one's next to it. So you're safe. Which means... Okay. At least around you, there are no more mines, so... Okay, that helps. You're definitely a mine. That does then mean that you're not. Also, you're probably you have to be a mine. Okay. So yes, you're not a mine. But you are also not a mine because you have the one next to you here. Which means, though, that one probably is a mine. Okay. So, corner, yeah. Okay, this has to be a mine. But this can't be, because it only has the one around it. But then this would have to be a mine because it has to have at least 2, and if this is not a mine, then, yeah. The only other place it could be would be this one. Which means that this is not a mine, because you can only have the one next to it. And you're also not a mine, because you have that one there. Yeah, I think I'm seeing where I also got caught. When I have corners, but where there are also only one around it, and while I'm clearing out ones around it, I accidentally leave a space and then just kind of go from there. You have to be a mine. Which means you're not. Let's see now. You have to be a mine. That means that you're... Hang on. This one's tricky. Okay. No, okay. It's not a corner because it already has one identified. So this one has to be a mine. Because there's only one around it. But this one here already has that one, so it'd be... I almost got caught in a false flag. Okay. Which also means... You're safe. You're safe. You're safe. And that also means that from this one, you're safe, you're safe, you're safe. Hey, alright. Which I guess means this one has to be a mine as well, because these need at least 2. Which would mean this one is safe. But that one has to be a mine. Okay, okay, these need at least 2 around it, so I'm guessing this is also a mine. Because if it's 2, which these ones, yeah, okay, so it's 2, so this is also a mine. Okay. Okay, so then that means this one also has to be a mine. Because it needs at least 2. So from here, that's not a mine because we've already got one for it. Okay. And it also means that this one is not a mine because it has one next to it. Now these ones need 2, and also we've got a corner one again with nothing around it, so that has to be a mine. Which then would also mean that this has to be a mine because there's no other spot for it and we need at least 2. That knocks out both of these, and this one, which means that's safe, and that's safe. Alright. And then, because this one already has one, that's safe, and that's safe. Okay. Circles have 3 around them. Okay. And these have 2. And since this has 2, this has to be a mine. Which also would presumably mean this has... Oh, wait. Okay. If this is for 2, and the only other one in range is this, then that means if this is 3, then this one has to also be a mine. No. This one is not a mine because we've already got those 3. And this one already has those 3. Now, if this is 4 or 5, that's... Oh, hang on. Alright, I got another way I can start from. Alright, again, this one already has the one identified here, which means that this one, and this one have to be safe. Now this has to be 3, so either of these 2 are mines, and this has to be 2, which means this one has to be a mine, because everything else is already out of range. But with that, that means that these 3 are already caught, which means... This one is not a mine, but this one probably is. Female symbol's 4. Okay. 3 in here, 3 in here, This one needs gonna need some more from other places, but if this is correct, then that means that this, and this are safe. Don't know what the triangle ones are. Right, these ones are 2. Okay, that has to be a mine. That means that this one is not a mine. As silly as it sounds, I never played Minesweeper like this, but granted, I was never particularly good at Minesweeper. Alright. Okay, we need 3 for this one, and this one needs 2 anyway. There's only 2 spots left. Both of these have to be mines, which would still knock out the 3 for that. And he said the okay. That one's 4, which means this one is probably also a mine. I dumb chance. Or, you know, anyway. Also, okay. This would have to be a mine. So one of these 2 also has to be a mine, but not this. So it would have to be this one here. Okay, let's see. Okay, this would have to be a mine. Okay, yeah, so it has to be a mine because of the corner, but all of these are in range of at least another one here, and also that would mean that this one can't have others around it, so whew, alright. Getting tense now. Okay. I don't know what the triangle is. And that's bothering me. It could be 5. And over here is just no man's land. Wait, no. This has to be a mine, because we've already got 1 identified, and it needs at least 2. And we said, okay, female symbol's 4, which would mean this also has to be a mine. That satisfies the 2. Alright. Which would mean one of these 2 is still a mine. And unfortunately, it could be either or because it's the one adjacent to it. The top left that can be deduced. Let's see. Oh! Well, yeah, that one. Nothing else in range of that one. Again, not knowing what these are is bothering me, but... From this one, it could be any of these. Okay, oh, also, though, I did just realize this one can't be a mine. All of these need at least 3. And this needs at least 2. Okay. Considering... Okay, this one is probably a mine. Oh, hang on. The one directly down and to the left is also a mine. This one? Does it have to be? I'm not 100% on that. Okay. Okay, directly down and to the down of where I was pointing, I'm guessing. It's, 3 over and 1 down from the top. You're right, yeah, because this one needs at least 2. Okay. And this one has to have 2, but that would mean then that this is not a mine. If we've already got these 2 flagged. Okay. Okay. Female symbol needs 4, which would mean these 2 have to be a mine? Triangle's 5. Alright. Anyway, both of these to make 4 would have to be it. That would satisfy the 2 for this, so... And satisfy the 2 for that, but also would mean that both of these are safe. But that would mean that this, if we're trying to get 4 with the female symbol, this would have to be a mine to satisfy that. So... Okay, and both those... Alright, okay. Now, since this has 2 already, this should be safe. Okay. Gotcha, dragons. Alright, now, considering this one only has 1 near it, that means these 2 are both safe. And also means that... Yes, these 2 are also safe. Alright. Now... Okay. This one needs 3, and we have all 3 of those. But that would then mean both of these have to be mines, right? At least this one would have to be mine. Oh, well, no, okay. This one has 3 satisfied. Can't have more than the 3. Okay. So now they need 4. So this one has 1, 2... Okay, so these... Yeah, alright. Both of these are within only range of 2. They need 4. Both of these have to be mines. That satisfies this one's 3. It also satisfies this one's 2, which means that this is safe. Okay. Still needs 3, and also this still needs 2, so... Oh, okay. This one's in range. I can narrow this down. So it can't be this one or this one. Okay. This one needs to be a mine because there's no other things in range, which then means that this is safe, and then this, and this are safe. Which also means that this, and this are safe. And also means this one has to be a mine. Wait, no, that's not true. Okay. Okay, if the triangles are 5, then... Yeah, if the triangles are 5, then to satisfy it, all 3 of these would have to be mines. And that would also satisfy this one. Now... This one still needs a second one, but that would mean this one is safe. Well, okay, it can't be more than 5, because if we don't mark these 3 off, it only had 3 spots left and already had 2 next to it. Which means that this one at minimum is safe. This one needs 2, but they're both already accounted for, so this is safe. But this one still needs one nearby. Okay, this one needs 3 only, so it can't be... Well... Okay, if this one is staying within 5, then it has to be here, and this has to be safe. Yeah. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay. That. All right. This no man's land's where it gets dangerous. Oh, okay. This can't be a mine because it already has one satisfied here. So, all right. That one needs 2 nearby it. The right one's... Okay. Any of the other ones reach... Okay. It being a sure thing for any of the rest of these is a lot murkier. Top left corner, oh, you're right. Which would have to mean this is a mine if this isn't. Okay. Which also means, okay. So this would have to be a mine. It also means this one is safe. Which also means this would need to be a mine because this needs 3. But that satisfies these, which means that at least for this one, these are safe, but one of these 2 has to be a mine for this one. Yeah, because you've already got your 2, so 1, 2, 3. Okay. Which also... okay, this could be... Either of these 2 could be mines. Same with this. Either of these 2 could be mines. About you doing the thing, yes. If it was something else, I missed it. Hui. Yeah. Firing blindly is, risky. We know one of these 2 has to be a mine. We know one of these 3 has to be a mine. We know that... one of these two has to be a mine. Alright, hang on. Okay. One of these two has to be a mine for this. And either of those will satisfy this one. This one needs at least 4, of which it already has 2. This one needs at least 3. I hate it being a 50-50, but all going up in smoke. Because once we can get one of those knocked out, it'll make the whole thing a lot easier, but up until then, it's... Do we flip a coin? Don't flip. Wait. Okay, hang on. All right. I thought I had something for a second. Okay, this has to be 3. This has to have 2. Nah, dang it. I thought I saw something and I completely lost it. You see a spot? Ooh! Hang on. I do see something. I think... No, okay. This has to have at least 2, but in doing so, the 2 that satisfy this one cannot be within range of either, so I think this would have to be here and here, right? Because if it was here, if either of it was here... Well, no, because... Yeah, no, though, it would have to be that, because it needs at least 2, it only has the 3 spots, so it has to have 2, but it couldn't be 2 within range of either of these, so it would have to be here and here, right? Am I making sense? Okay. Marking. Don't blow up on me. Okay, and that satisfies... Okay, this clears out a lot. Alright, so now that one has to be safe, and that one has to be safe. And also, this, and this have to be safe. Oh. But, okay. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's see. Okay, by blue, do you mean mines or safe mines? Actually, no, it would have... Okay. Okay, hang on. Alright, so... Okay, hang on a minute. Alright, the only issue that I'm... Okay, blue is safe, red possibly mine. Yeah, they can only contain one mine. Which does mean that this has to get its red from somewhere else. But... Okay. No, it doesn't, because it's already got one there. What makes you think that the blue is safe? That's the only thing I'm worried about. If it is safe, then that narrows it down significantly. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Either way. Oh, okay, I getcha. Alright, so that one... And the female ones are 4, right? Yes, okay. It only has 1 within range, which means there's 3 others scattered throughout this. But... Okay. Top red tile must be its 3rd mine. Okay. So this has to be 1. And this has to be 1, is what you're saying? Okay. Which means then... Okay, alright. And that means that these 2 can't be mines. It also means that these 2 can't be mines. Okay. Alright, that's narrowing things down. Alright. Alright. We also know that this has to be safe because it's already got the 2 here. Okay, that one needs 3. And this needs 4, which means this has to also be a mine, which then satisfies those 3 and satisfies those 2, which means that has to be safe, and also mean... Well, okay. And that also means that this is not a mine, but that probably... Yeah, that has to be a mine. Which then means that this can't be a mine. But both of these have to be mines, which also satisfies the 3 for this, which then also means that this can't be a mine, but then this would... Ooh, wait. Yeah, okay, this can't be a mine, but this has to be. Because this can only fit 4, and this can only fit 3, so not a mine, mine. Which also satisfies... Which also means that these 3 can't be mines because they've already got the double. Which then means that this can't be a mine. Which also means these 2 can't be a mine. Now both of those needs to be one of these 2. Okay, but it's not this, because this already has the 2 mines near it. Okay. Now this needs 3 mines near it, so it is probably one of these, but not 100%. Okay. We can probably rule this out as being the mine near this one. Yeah, yeah. This one is probably not the mine, because this needs a second mine somewhere near it, which would... So I'm going to take a chance on this one. Okay. Same rule would apply. This would need a second one somewhere within this range, which means that... Yeah, which means that if it's within range of this, it's within range of this one, which means, again, probably not this one. Okay. Okay, from here, one of these 2 has to be a mine. And unfortunately, because the 3 is there, it could be either one. Same here. Getting into like 50-50 territory. For this, it has to be one of these 3. Go for it, yeah. Okay, for this, it has to be one of these 3 to satisfy getting 3 in there, which any of these 2 would satisfy this one second. But that also means then... Okay, hang on. If it has to be one of these 3 for this one, then it'll also satisfy this one, which means up here is presumably safe. Does that make sense? Because this one has to get a third one somewhere in these connecting ones, and this can only have one other. Although, wait, no, that's not a guarantee, I just realized, because this one can't reach down here. Although, well, okay, it could double up. Nuts. Okay, while you do that, I need to briefly step away for a second. I will be back in just a sec, but go ahead and send that my way. Just realized actually being able to see the screen would probably help for mulling it over. Alright. Saying blue is safe there. Okay. I'm trusting you on this. Well. Do we try one more or do we move on to the next game? Move on. Alright. It was a valiant effort. We got very close. Only, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's only 12 things left on there. Alright. Tell you what, if we finish the other thing fast enough, we'll come back to this. Because it is also a fairly short game. Although a bit more action-y comparatively. Let me just change the title. And tags. This is supposed to be a sort of more small-scale metroidvania that can be finished in about an hour or two. Now, just to make sure that my 2D platforming skills don't fail me. That's alright, it was... I caught myself on one, false positive before. It happens. Alrighty. Should be set up there. Okay. Stream info updated. This does not seem to have mouse controls, so... Let's see what our options are, if I can... Wow, those graphics are... a little low. How do I get to the... There we go. I guess we'll make do. Alright. Key bindings. A and D. Space. Control Shift. I imagine they'll give us a tutorial. Alright. New game. Select map mode. Dynamic shows your current location on the map and reveals additional rooms as you discover them. Static shows the complete map from the beginning but does not show your location. No map. Map is disabled. We're trying to do this. I'll just stick with dynamic. I'll go with modern gaming sensibilities. It's a little loud. I'm going to turn that down just a smidge. Was a drastic drop. Hang on. Also, you can't access the settings menu from... Okay. One more time. We'll put it somewhere in the middle, hopefully. Yeah, God, the jump between that is stark. Alright. Also, I just realized there was a continue button. Alright. Entry 29. The alchemist waited until his young assistant had fallen asleep before entering the room. The apprentice did sense something and started to wake, but he was too late. The alchemist pressed a cloth dosed with a drug over the apprentice's mouth and nose, and as the young man was forced to inhale the vapors, he lost consciousness. Eventually, he woke up to the sound of an explosion and looked around to find himself outside the castle's entrance with the door bolted shut. Just as he suspected, the alchemist had betrayed him. He had been used for manual labor and to retrieve components from the village. He refused to let things end in such a disgusting manner. He had as much invested in the stone as the alchemist. It was half his. Hey, Ben. Good to see ya. Yeah, I hope so. There were some thunderstorms passing through here as well, Kitsune. Hang on, before I move on, let's get Ben their shit out. Alrighty. Oh, sorry, dragons. I should have deferred to you on that one. But welcome in, Ben. Alright. Alright. He knew that there had to be another entrance to the castle nearby, even though he didn't know exactly where he would find it, and he would get his revenge. Okay, spaces jump. Press A to jump. Well, I'm not using a controller, so space it is. Whee. Press A... Tap A to perform a low jump. Oop, still took it. Hold A to perform a high jump. Yoink. Yee, okay. Entry 30. It didn't take long to find another entrance. If he could jump across, he would reach the alchemist's room. Well, Geronimo... He couldn't jump across. The gap was just too wide. This one was smaller, though. He could easily make it. Alright. What is Nubby's number factory? I can't say... Is that like a... Nope. Is that like a Garden of Bonbon kind of thing? Or... I guess Poppy. I'm not sure which one that is. The gap was wider than it looked. He didn't quite clear it and fell down. The floor didn't look very sturdy. I guess where I intended to go. Entry 33. The apprentice found himself in the dungeons. This was a good thing in his case, as it meant the entrance should be nearby. As he stood up, his ankle turned awkwardly. He'd injured it during the fall. He could barely walk. I guess I would have taken damage anyway. No, can't push that quite yet. Oh, I can't jump either. Press B to enter the door. Entering the door. Alright. A reverse peggle. Huh. We were just trying to get through hard mode Minesweeper. We will make an attempt again if we have enough time. Alright, I can't jump as long as my legs busted up, I guess. Alright. Don't have a weapon yet either. Okay, it does let me get underneath it at least. Alright. Can't jump that way, so I'm just going to time it. Ooh. Can't drop manually either. Can't go up that way, so yeah, alright, just timing. Are you gonna shoot spikes at me? Fall? Yeah, there they go. Okay.
He winced for a second as he saw the bat in front of him. He had encountered some creatures in these dungeons before. Most of them were not aggressive, but he had been chased by a rat once.
I'm assuming these ones are now aggressive. Now, are they going to follow me, or do they have a preset flight path? Okay, the latter. The thunderstorm's messing with it. That looks like a skull.
Entry number 35. These totems made him feel better for some reason. He raised its handle to mark the way he had traveled. Now he was feeling a lot better.
Okay, that's a save point. Alright, my healing is my thing's healed, but I still can't jump yet. Guess I gotta find something specific to heal my ankle. Don't think I can make that from this. Alright, down we go. Okay, it's a checkpoint. Still can't jump. Yeah, so far no currency or anything like that. I know what it wants me to do. Having this whole opening section not have a jump feels weird. Or having a jump, then taking it away from me, rather, feels very weird. Can't even get up on that, so wait, did I brick myself? Or did I go down the hole? Okay, I go down the hole. There we go. This looks like something.
He wasn't sure if the potion he found was made by the alchemist or if it had sat there for decades. Judging by what he could decipher of the writings and symbols on it, it seemed like it might be a healing elixir. At this point, he didn't have much to lose. He drank the potion, and in just a couple of minutes, his leg felt much better. He was able to jump now.
Yay. Check the map from the pause menu. To escape. Well, let's see if we can... We don't have a weapon yet, so we can't really do anything with the bat. Can, however, get this note. Ah, thank you. You missed the southern voice I did for the Mortician's Tale, but perhaps that's for the best. Alright.
Entry 1. The castle that stood near the village was so old that no one knew when it was built or who built it. It had been there for so long that countless legends were told about it. Some thought that it was cursed, and others believed that it was built by the devil himself to hide one of the gates of hell. There were some people who laughed at these stories, but even so they avoided the castle. From time to time, especially during stormy nights, eerie sounds drifted from the castle. Were there dark forces responsible for these noises? Wild animals? Or just the wind? No one seemed to agree.
I never finished Diablo 2, now that I think about it. Back near the start, but a jump that I can't quite make. Yeah, that's... Okay, I can make that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to go this way quite yet. I think I need a better jump. I don't have a weapon yet, so I guess we're going back up. And the checkpoint heals me. Yeah, okay. Which is honestly more convenient than quite a few metroidvanias. Can I push boxes now, at least? We'll find out. I cannot push the box yet. Apparently I didn't get a lot of cardio or muscle building while I was an Alchemist apprentice. Yep. There, dear. You know, there's real... Oh, dear. Ah! Is it just me, or does he look a little bit like Joseph Joestar? I think it's mostly the scarf. Yeah, okay. You're gonna break right out. No, you didn't. No, there it goes. Although, yeah, I don't see an option to manually drop through platforms. Yeah, okay. I still need a weapon, too. Alright. Oh, goody. Alright, Okay. Got those. Alright, so to time this right, I guess. Unless, it's not... I don't have to jump on top of these guys like a Goomba, do I? Oh, nuts. Alright. Time to find out if I can jump on top of them. Nope, I just take damage. I don't think I can go this way quite yet, either. Drop. Yeah. Guess, yeah, this way. Wait, no. Can I get up there? Maybe? No, that jump looks too far to make. I still can't push that thing. Oh, but I can get up this way. Okay, got it. Ow. Okay.
Entry 5. The boy who would become the alchemist lost his parents at a very young age. Monks from a nearby monastery took him in and cared for him. He was a very curious child and received a good education from his studious caretakers. After learning all he could from the books in the monastery's library, he decided to travel the world. During his trips, the alchemist read about the castle, and it immediately captured his attention. According to some sources, a great library was hidden away there, with rare materials and interesting animals in the castle's dungeons. After some investigation, the alchemist made his way to the area where the castle was rumored to stand.
Okay. Can I just get a weapon or double jump or whatever strength I need to push boxes? That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, don't think I can make it up there quite yet. But I can get to earlier area. Ow. Okay, I can go this way now. I should probably stay up here. Yeah. Okay. And up and up and up we go. And up here. No, that was just the way I came in. I guess I could go back that way. But let's check this way first. Yeah. Nope, still can't make it. Alright, one more attempt. Just barely no. Okay, I guess we do head back to the top-ish. Ow. Oh dear. I'm gonna die, am I? Can you do the low jump? Or can I not get there yet? Let's keep going higher. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that that's poison or something to that effect. So let's check this way first. Okay, I still don't have the strength to push those, so jumping that way it is. Assuming I don't die. Yep. Yes, okay, there we go. Boy. Baiting that out is going to be... No! No. Ah! I'm trying not to get caught under it as soon as I get up there. Dang it. Okay, you know what? Yeah, just... Yep, no. Get my health back. If I'll keep it's another question, but... Alright, just keep going up. Did I not read this? Oh, I guess I didn't go this way before. Alright, okay.
The alchemist found the village easily enough. However, he heard from the villagers that it was not an easy task to find the entrance to the castle itself. He spent a few days in the village trying to gather information from locals. It soon became clear to him that he was wasting his time. The villagers would tell him nothing but superstitious stories. Besides that, their attitude made it very clear that he was not welcome. Only one young man seemed interested in him. He was very interested in hearing tales of the alchemist's journey and in the knowledge he had acquired. The young man asked to be the alchemist's apprentice, but his father vigorously opposed the idea. The alchemist respected the father's wishes and rejected the young man's request.
And then he came back later with glowing eyes, and it's like, sure, kid! Also, doesn't look like I can actually continue on from here, so I guess we're going over the loot pool. And what am I pushing against? Nothing, apparently. Alright. Alright. Yoink, yoink. Much guffs I'm gonna give it though. So far, not as challenging platforming as Tomb Raider. That comes Tuesday. Alright. And okay, they're all gone. Good. I can't get back up yet. Nuts. I wanted to read that. Oh, this doesn't look particularly fun either. Okay, hang on. Jump, jump, okay. Oh, I get it, okay. And I messed it up. Okay, good, at least, it does at least reform. Right, short jump, okay. I have not played it, although I had the 2D... Our middle school had, like, the 2D demo on it. Oh, shoot. Did I... Okay, good. I didn't completely lock myself out. Why can I not just drop through? Did I make a loop? I made a loop. Huh. What does that potion do, I wonder? Just up my health, or... Yeah, I missed the other one. Yeah, we had, like, the 2D demo of, like, the original Tomb Raider. I've got some of them. Yeah.
Entry number 8. The interior...
Or, you know, the other comparison, it has about as much to do with it as the Jake Gyllenhaal movie did.
The interior of the castle was decrepit with age and disuse. It was dangerous to walk on the floor, which seemed like it could collapse at any step. The alchemist and the apprentice spent their first few weeks just repairing a couple of rooms in order to have a decent space to live. I'm assuming we missed the one of how he actually met, or got agreed to go on with the alchemist in the previous room. Once that was done, they began to explore the castle. They had to be very careful not to fall through the rotting floor, and the structure's corridors were so long and winding they had to mark every hallway to find their way back. As they went, they fixed anything they could. During their time together, the alchemist saw the apprentice was very eager to learn. The young man reminded the alchemist of himself.
I can't get up to that thing from here. Alright, where's this taking me? Back here. Alright, let's see if... Oh wow, this is a ways back. The only directional sword-based combat I can think of is like Mountain Blade, and I guess the Fat Shark, Vermintide, Darktide games, but that's a different kind of directional. Okay, I just drop down. Okay. Alright, I couldn't make it up this thing, could I? Yeah, alright. I would kill for a double jump. Or I would if I had a weapon. Oh, shoot. Forgot that was there. Oh, man, if I miss all this, that's a long amount of progress gone. Oh, no, I did have to save semi-recently. Yeah, I have to go over the goop. And then try not to die to the falling spikes. What was up here? Or did I think I just had to go to the... Yeah, the boxes I still couldn't push. Okay. Dragon Dust's been playing Gloomwood. I've not played Chivalry or Mordhau, because I know they're... Well, actually, I thought I played I might have played a little bit of Chivalry. Either that, or I saw one of my college roommates play it. Shoot, wrong room again. Just apparently there's directional melee combat with that. Okay, let's try this again. It's still in early access, but I don't know when was the last build you played, so I'm not sure if that's... So, again, I don't know which one you're thinking in mind of, Yelshanda, but, like, when you attack or block, if you attack or block, if you press a directional button before you do either one of those, it will dictate which direction you block or which direction you attack from. Okay. still couldn't get it. I can't get back up. And also, it dropped me off at the other thing again without... Oh, boy. I don't feel like I'm actually making any progress. Oh. Apparently that he can be crushed underneath that thing. But yeah, I feel like I'm just kind of running into the same areas where I can't move any farther. Let me see if I can try this again. Oh. I was just going the wrong way. That was entirely on me. Alright. Alright. What do we got here? You may jump after you begin to fall. I guess that's just an explanation of... Okay, so you fall, and then you... Okay. Ow. Oh, dear. That is a very short, amount of time for Mercy Invincibility. Very jaunty. Yeah. I see that thing up there. I've been in Sense Fortress. Oh, that's why you have to do the... You drop, then you jump. Okay. Hey, I'll take that checkpoint. You have a weapon for me? Ow. Entry 2. On rare occasion, a young man would refuse to believe the superstition about the castle and decide that he would be the one to confront and dispel them. Few of these brave men ever returned from the journey. Those that did manage to return claim they found the entrance. However, they all refused to go there again. Still can't push the boxes. Oh, shoot. And I can't push that box either. I'm getting lore, but not... Entry number 3. It was not surprising this ancient castle was the subject of so many legends. For hundreds of years it witnessed countless wars and sheltered many masters. With each war, a wall was destroyed and a new one was built in place of the old. Every lord who ruled over the castle adapted it to fit his needs. As time passed, the castle became a maze so vast that it was impossible to maintain. The last lord to reside within its walls died alone, with no heir to assume stewardship of the property. Nowadays, the castle is surrounded by a very dense forest. It's not hard to imagine how an adventurer who found its entrance may easily get lost in its depths. Alright. Fine, we'll head out and try and hop down to the next thing. At least so far there's no fall damage I've seen. Yeah. It feels weird not being able to drop through a platform in a game like this. Ow. Oh. Okay. Not only do I not get any Mercy Invincibility, I also will just... I don't go through him when I make contact. Entry number 4. The village was once surrounded by the castle walls. As the population of the area increased, the village grew outside the boundaries of the castle. With the passage of time, the village became a center of science and culture. These advancements brought rivalries and conflict to the village. Peasants who lived outside the walls of the castle wanted a peaceful life, so they moved further and further away. As years passed, borders and political structures of the kingdom changed. The castle lost its importance and was forgotten. Only a distant, small village remained of what was once a great city.
A forest grew to surround the castle after its abandonment. Only its tallest tower remains visible from the village. Nowadays, people blame the collapsing of the great city on art, science, and the residents' heretic way of life. These beliefs shaped most of the stories about the city. Many of them describe a wise man who succumbed to his arrogance and turned his back on his deities. In the end, it was told that he was punished by his gods. I may be in trouble. Yeah. Okay. Okay, problem. I, still haven't found a way to progress. Just find lore. Just get a checkpoint here so I don't lose all that other stuff I've gotten. Alright. So back through here, I guess, and still no weapon. That was just lore. Been up that way. Let's see. No, it didn't take me where I needed to go. There's a left direction, but I can't get up because the box I can't push. Well, we've apparently been through 33% of the castle. No! My lack of kingdom for a double jump. What's this way? Ow. Still can't push that. Okay. That's how I was supposed to get up. Ow. Didn't expect that to have a ranged attack. What about you? What's here? See some sort of potion. Are you one to let me push boxes? Alright. After examining the potion and taking a cautious sip, the apprentice felt a surge of strength and energy run through his body. He decided to test out his augmented energy on a nearby crate. There. Check to see which way I should be pushing that. Maybe there's a way to jump over that. Alright, anyway. This is probably where they want me to push it. Hopefully the room resets if I come back. I can't even get up there anyway. Alright, down it is. I'm guessing I can't push the white ones. Oh, no I can. Alright. Let's get a save in. And let's open that shortcut up while we're at it.
Hopefully this makes getting around quicker. Okay, there's the acid pool again. Okay, well, here's what I think it wants us to do. Not being able to drop down there feels wrong. Alright. So, what we need to do is push that down so that we can push the other thing down flatly across. Let me reset the room. I think I goofed. Okay, yes. Good, it resets. Alright, so what I believe needs to happen is we first push this one here, but not all the way. That lets us push this one. Now that one we push in here. And we use that other one to get up. Did I leave enough room? Yes, okay. Close enough, alright. And then oh, how far back is this? That's a ways and in the wrong direction. Alright, whatever. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I will give them props. It is a trickily designed puzzle, but it's a fair one once you know what it's expecting out of you. It's just sneaky and very easy to accidentally make you need a reset. Alright. You go down there. Then, like that. I could have just reset the room. That's on me. Don't think it'll save that any, but alright. Okay. So, need to get the order right. Get this over enough here, and push this one down. Alright. Then, make sure I push this far enough over I can make the jump without making it where I have to push it from the other direction and blocking my way in. Okay. So now, push that. Then, push that. Then push it on top, and then we drop. Because now, it's still too high. Okay. Oh. At least I'm in the right place, relatively. this again. Okay, you go here. Yeah. Okay. Now. Drop that. It didn't. Yeah, I'm not high enough to make it that jump. Makes me think that we are going to need the other one. And the metal one has to go in first because the wooden ones, or either the wooden ones or the rusted ones, either way, they dissolve in the acid. Is there a way I can push that on where it's like hanging over the edge? Probably not. Those spikes give us some Again, the fact you can't just drop down through the wooden stuff. Alright. Doing that off the top starts to feel very tedious. The music changed. It's not the jaunty tune anymore. Okay, am I supposed to do the long jump or do this the tap jump? Because I thought I did the... Oh, there it goes. Alright. I forgot it switches around. Like, I feel like the tap jump is supposed to be, but I could have sworn it's what I used. I understand why they don't let you do a midpoint checkpoint thing on this, because you can brick yourself, but, like, boy, having to do this every single time is very quickly losing its luster. I forgot. You can jump after you moved off a ledge. Thank you. Alright, that was me forgetting that I could do that as a mechanic. Not the game's fault. Ow. Ow. Oh. Forgot that was there too. Alright. I feel like I'm playing V again. Or however you pronounce the one that's just like, you know, a whole bunch of V's all in a row. There's no crouch, right? Okay. Ugh, okay, can't make that jump. Okay. God, they make that tense. Okay, let's not jump. Oh, you can jump over, but you can't go down. That's such a weird decision. There's some sort of potion here. I think it's a increased max health one. Can I get a sword? Something to get past the enemies that are just blocking the path? Or a double jump, either would be nice. Entry number 38. Another potion. This one increased the apprentice's health. Well, I can get back if I need to. I can't get out here with what I've got at the moment, so... guess it's back up and try not to get hit by this thing. Alright. Okay, that one crumbles. No, it's just the way back in general. Okay. Ow. Screw it, we'll tank it. I can get out relatively easy. Is it just a health potion? The health increase? Which, again, not bad, but it's... I need options, not, yeah, whatever. Alright, let's check out what else we can move now that we can move boxes. Are you gonna stay here? Okay, I feel like you're supposed to have a way to move the box. But avoid... yeah, okay. Okay, I get it. You have to time this right, though. Or I can fall in the acid. The fact that if you get hit by those, it's just immediate all momentum stops. Is, smidge annoying. Okay. Don't think that was the intended way to go up, but I'll take it. Entry number 10. Upon his return to the castle, the alchemist wanted to tell the apprentice about the incident. However, the apprentice wasn't in his bed. It took him some time to find the young man. He was searching for him in the dungeons when he heard the apprentice cry for help. The apprentice told him he'd heard the scream as well, and wanted to help. He must have missed another lore thing. However, he was groggy and stumbled through the broken floor. He tried to find his way back, but instead found himself lost in the catacombs. The two explored and found a few dusty books scattered around, forgotten on the floor from someone else's expedition long ago. The excited alchemist forgot about what just happened. He searched the nearby rooms, and when he opened the last door at the end of the hallway, he shouted triumphantly. Finally, he'd found the legendary library of the castle. Gigantic rows of long-neglected shelves stretched into the darkness. It was the infinite source of knowledge he'd sought for so many years. Now let's head this way. Wait a minute. Hang on. Oh! Oh no, different room. Although let's check down below just to see what we can find. Oh shoot, I forgot that the rats are explosive. Got it. Okay, but I know what I can do now with the other thing. Make some progress on the ow. Alright. The question will be, can I make it from here? Apparently, ow. Well, nuts. What did that accomplish? I'm guessing we need a weapon to be able to break the thing. And that's just gonna take me back up to the other thing. Okay, alright, let's... Oh, I was about to say, what is it? Oh, the Font of Infinite Knowledge, got it. Ow. Okay. Went through there to get the health potion. We'd already gotten the strength thing. We need to go back up into the upper side, right? Okay. See, from there... Okay, that just leads up to the bottle. Although... Okay, there looks like there's two other entrances up there. Oh no, it's just the box thing from before. Unless... No, we still can't get up there. Alright, I'm just gonna reload. Ow. Buddy, can't you at least throw a punch? Just something. Ugh. Alright. Get a perfectly good pool of acid right there. Just, you know, grab them and throw them. Alright. Nope. That's how I was supposed to get up there, I guess. But I thought there was a door here. I guess not. Alright, Okay, I guess just head back this way. Yeah, okay. Oh, forgot that would fall out from underneath me. Alright. Can't do anything to you yet. Yeah, that box I could do something to. And then I can get up there. Okay. Okay. I can't do anything with that box yet, but if we go through there and probably around... Oh boy, there's a ghost. Swoopy. And... Oh, he's just gonna keep following me, isn't he? That's not good. You aren't going to move, so I'm assuming I can't get the lore from you until I get a weapon. Oh dear, ow. Okay, I'm in somewhere new. You're gonna break that, aren't you? Yeah, nuts. And I need that to get over that, don't I? Yay. Alright, well, while I'm up here... no. Oh. Entry number 12. The Alchemist and the Apprentice spend the next few days in the library. They found a couple of interesting books during the first day, but their major discovery happened on the evening of the second day. At first, the alchemist was skeptical of the tome he discovered, but with each page he turned, his excitement grew. After a couple of hours, he finally accepted that he was reading real instructions for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. It was a spectacular discovery. For ages, every philosopher, alchemist, and scientist had tried to create this miraculous substance. In recent years, it had become accepted that the stone was just an old story. Yet the alchemist was holding a book which was clear proof that the stone was real. That night, they stayed awake as the alchemist explained to the apprentice what it meant and what could be done with the stone. Both were eager to begin work on the process. They had almost everything they needed in the castle. Only a few ingredients were missing, but the apprentice knew that he could easily obtain them from the village. In the morning, he left the castle. Yeah, I was waiting for the... Okay, I need some method of getting that box down here without it getting wrecked. And that is probably not going to happen until I have a weapon. Unless I... Is the ghost still after me? I think I need to do this short. Or no, I know what jump I need to do for that one. Anyway, alright. So, wait until he's away from the thing and push it. And then from there we work our way down. Keep going, drop. Okay. From here... That gets us there. Alright, what you got for me? Hey, explosive vials.
The apprentice found some explosive vials. He knew he'd have to be careful with them so he didn't hurt himself.
Press whatever button to throw. I can't check the button configuration. Okay, there we go. Hey, that'll make things easier. Hey. Oh. Annoying little... Yeah, okay, he's gone. Alright, that'll make things easier. Very chunky. Yes, okay. Okay. I knew that was eventually going to be a thing that was going to come up. Alright. Let's get that save in while we're here. We've gotten through about 45% of the castle so far. I imagine now that we've got... Main thing I'm still waiting on is a double jump. Now, question. Do you work on ghosts? Woo. Ow. The rat blew up, so whatever. Oh, you're... What are you useful for, actually? Okay, double jump is what I'm going to need anyway. Alright. I don't think I can get the box in there from here. Not yet. I can't actually... Because I can't push this. Not from midair. And if I break it, well, I can't use the box. Well, actually, I couldn't use the box anyway. Hang on, is this taking me a loop? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's work our way back up. We'll see if nitroglycerin works on phantasms and specters. No, what was it? Ghouls, ghosts, dragons. Do you know the full line? Grab. Okay.
In a few days, the apprentice returned with the necessary ingredients. It was apparent upon seeing the young man that he was battered and bruised. The alchemist asked what had happened, but the apprentice avoided his questions.
From Ghostbusters, was it? Like we saw ghouls, ghosts, something, something, and something. I can't remember the sales pitch from Ghostbusters.
The alchemist asked what had happened, but the apprentice avoided his questions, just saying he'd been attacked by animals and injured himself when running from them. The alchemist wasn't convinced, but decided not to push him anymore. They had to get to work as soon as possible. The apprentice worked harder than ever and was quieter than usual. Eventually, they succeeded and created the Philosopher's Stone. That night, bright flares of light shone from the castle's tallest tower, and the sounds of explosions rumbled through the forest until morning.
Nope. Okay, you're invincible. Got it. Dang it, I keep not quite making that. What's down here? No, just this place. I might just say screw it to that particular piece of lore and just keep going. Go stay away. Really? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We'll at least re-get you. What? Oh, what? They get mercy invincibility, but I... Well, okay. I have no control over my arc. But also, their projectiles counter mine. Okay, there we go. You can make that without the other... Now they broke it anyway. Alright. Well, I know there's one place where there was a bat that was just blocking my path. There we go. Die. Oh. It's that room. The other fun part of this being that, I can also hurt myself with my own explosions. Let's head back up. It wasn't Rimuru Kitsune, you're fine. Actually, let's check. Let's check this way really quick. Nope, stop moving away. Yeah, I mean, at least it's supposed to be short. We're already 46.2% of the way through the castle. And that probably includes, like, the lore stuff in there, so alright. There's supposed to be an upward way that way, so let's see. Ow, I forgot about those. Ow. Oh, God. Needs to go down in one hit. Where do you lead? That was the push box area. I mean, admittedly, Dragon, it's literally a buck, I think. $1 or $2. And I got it from a bundle anyway, so it's not a huge loss if it's... Alright. Oh, there we go. One night, the alchemist jumped out of his bed as he heard screams coming from the forest. When he looked outside, he saw a campfire near the castle's entrance. Whoever was out there must have been attacked by wild animals. He immediately picked up some explosives he'd saved for an emergency and hurried to help. That's useful. I've come to help! Grenade! As he neared the campfire, he could see that a few villagers were surrounded by a ravenous pack of wolves. The apprentice's father was among them. A freshly mutilated corpse was nearby, the apparent source of the screams he'd heard earlier. The alchemist threw the explosives to try and drive the hungry beasts away. One of the explosives found its target, the others fell nearby. The animals, scared by the explosions, quickly fled. He approached the villagers to offer them help and refuge. Yet as soon as they saw the alchemist, they attacked him, cursing and yelling, "You will be punished! Murderer! Heretic!" Before he could react, the second pack of wolves emerged from the dark and attacked the villagers.
A second villager fell victim to the hungry creatures before anyone could react. After a moment of stunned shock, the rest of them fled into the depths of the forest. The alchemist had used all the explosives he'd carried with him, so he retreated back into the castle and barred the door. I'm not going back for that lore note. Other way. Yeah, comparatively. Alright, how about this? If I'm still on this and have not beaten it by 10 o'clock, or especially if I'm, like, stuck somewhere, I'll go back to another round of Minesweeper. That sound good? Oh, there's just lore over here. Ow. Now. Ooh, you know what? I was trying to see if those things broke at all. Alright. Let's try heading up first, see how far we can get. Ow. Oh, right, this was the place that we couldn't get out. It keeps having me push against something that's not there. At least not that I can see is there. Yeah, I came back through there, man. Okay. Ow. I'm gonna die on the way up. Probably am. So I can push now. Well, I can't pull those others. At best I can push this thing over here, but that still doesn't get me in range. Probably have to find the other way back through that. Alright. How far back down am I? Not insurmountable, just annoying. Ow. The fact the spikes can hide among the guff on the ground is, apparently I've been through the... Oh no, I went to the other one. Really?
To run off the side and then jump, maybe? Get a little bit of extra distance out of it. Okay, no. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try. Get no chance back at it if you miss that. Better not lead where I think it leads, but I'm worried that it does. Oh. Okay, no, it didn't lead where I thought it led, which is good. Okay. Okay, now we put you here. I said we put you here. There you go. I goofed it already. The only checkpoint is all the way at the bottom, because of course it is. Although, what else is in here? Another health potion of some sort. Alright. I'm down. What do you do? Oh. So yes, back to the same checkpoint that we were already. The fact you can have puzzles that you can brick extremely easily and the only way back around is like a 4 or 5 minute trip. Because there's... Like, okay. Having, you know, Metroidvanias where it's like, oh, you backtrack or something like that. It's like, it's satisfying. It's like, ooh, I got a new tool. I can do this. But no one likes backtracking when it's a puzzle solution that you have to reset the room to do, but you can't just go back to the start of the room. You have to go the long way around every time. I still couldn't get it, of course I couldn't. Alright, whatever. Okay. Now, we don't put that in the hole immediately. We use it first. Game. That's still... Okay. I need either something else or... Although, you know what? It did bug out that one time and let me push it past it. I'm going to see if I can pull it off again. Oh, now you fall in the first time. I'd need 2 anyway. Alright, let me check one other thing here. There's something up there. Okay, there was... I'm in the wrong room. I want to see what's down in that bottom one. Forgot that I need to do the other jump thing. Okay. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I thought that was a wall for whatever reason. Okay. Oh no, I still... Oh right. Forgot that the mid-jump thing always gets me. Okay. Now we're gonna go here. You're gonna doggy watch me? No. Get wrecked. I would agree. I much prefer playing Tower Alchemy. I recently did another replay through of that. I have finished all the levels with all the optional objectives. I have not found all the combinations, though. And because I bumped into this slightly, I got caught again. How far back's the checkpoint? Okay, that's not that bad. Why does my face keep drifting? I need to check for that. Okay. Now, don't run into this too quickly, because otherwise you crap yourself. Okay, drop. My ring light's on. That was one of the things, Yeah, Alright, at least I can progress this way. Maybe something interesting will actually happen. Alright, yeah, ring light is on, because that was one of the things, like, I'm going to make absolutely sure. And I got that on because I didn't do it last time. Alright, and there's a ghost. Off to a great start already. Now. Door. Save me, door. It's like mining in Starbound, but you're not in a mech suit. Oh, how far back is... Oh my god! Yeah, unless something last minute shows up to really wow me, I'm bailing at 10. Minesweeper was unambiguously more engrossing. Let's try going the other way. Assuming the ghosts don't knock me into the lava. Okay. Ow. Can't even knock them back, and then yeah. Are we having fun yet? All right. think being a little bit more... I don't know. I mean, you can get through this, but it's just like... I feel like having more frequent checkpoints would alleviate quite a bit of frustration. Because again, for a lot of those, like, oh, if I could just reset the room to restart the puzzle that is very easy to brick unless you reset, that would be one thing. But no, I have to leave out of the certain room, and in doing so, I will be... This return trip will be, you know, like 3 minutes long to take another swing at the puzzle. And then when you add insta-kills to the mix... heading the other way. Oh, right, this place is more, I think. Okay, okay, ow. See what's up this side. Those are, alright, there. You don't happen to have a double jump in there, do ya?
His curious exploration paid off, and the apprentice found more powerful explosives.
Will this kill ghosts? I mean, I appreciated insta-killing the bats, but... Oh, I didn't realize there was all that under there. Yay. I don't think I can make that jump yet. And there's... Yeah, okay, well... This can get back quickly. Yeah, still does nothing to the ghosts. Got it. Oh, well, I'm... Let's see if I can even get... Ow! Any other way. Boy, howdy! I love that extremely small invincibility timer on a platform where I have no control over, being pursued by an enemy I can't stop or kill, or even make move backwards. Like Krampus or something like that for the dev. I will check. Okay. Ow. Ow. That's where I got killed last time because I couldn't move fast enough to get to the platform wouldn't move away, which meant when the ghost was after me, that happened. Getting through this freaking minefield, and you can't. I would happily prefer like a sword or something that I could just use on enemies point blank. Don't get caught on that. Ah! 5-minute countdown. Self-damage from that, and... Yes, I did want to restart that. Come on. From that. Ugh. Probably gonna get... really? That thing was already on the ground and I... Cripes. I don't even take damage from there. Someone took 2 damage from that. Alright. Here. Get on. Ow. I don't even necessarily want to be able to just kill the ghosts. Just give me an option to push them back. To give me a little bit of leeway. Like, even, you know, even with the frickin'... even with the annoying arc on that, like, if I could at least still hit these things and get them off me... That I can barely get the dang bats from, because... the angle's not good when you first aim at them, but also does contact damage if you're too close, and the only time you can really get it... Okay, there we go. And that is probably gonna be me dead. Yep, it's me dead. Okay, that snipe got him. And I... Oh... Anybody's still here from the Okala raid, I think it is very funny that, they were having an easier time with Elden Ring than I'm having with this at the moment. Ow. Okay. Ow. I think I might be screwed, because I don't think that thing is getting to me in time. Wait. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Thing brushed my ankle. There better be a checkpoint after that. Like, I'm still probably just gonna stop playing regardless, but, I'm still probably gonna start playing regardless, but if there's not a checkpoint, like, immediately after that, that's just cruel. Ow. Okay. Got a little bit of leeway. Ow. The ghost is gonna get here. I might be able to survive its damage. Keep going. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Alright. We got through. Of course there's not a checkpoint. I'm just gonna see this thing on the other side of the room. So I figure they want us to make like a stairwell we jump up. Although, we have to probably come from the other side of the room. No. There's... That's what we're gonna call it for that particular one. No, no thanks. Wait. Version 020723. I would like to have it mentioned, or have it noted for the court here. Less than half people have gotten as far as finding the upgrade that lets you push boxes. Ooh, there's even specifically a section that asks how to get past that part. Oh, yeah, you have to access the double jump to be able to even do anything there. So, I don't even know where I was supposed to go then. I don't think I'm wasting my time anymore on that one. Alright, we're gonna do at least... We're gonna try and get a win on Crypt Keeper. But if we don't have it by an hour, we'll call it for the night there. Whoa! Is it the lighting? Hang on. Okay, we should be right back at the thing to make another swing at it, so... I will be around later. I will get some food, but I'll still be around. Okay. Well, that helps. All right. Presumably Trident is single. All right. We know that's a mine. 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 We know that that's a mine. We know that's a mine. We know that's a mine. Okay, from there, let's work our way out. Alright. So. This has to be safe. That has to be safe. As does that. Which also means, as does that. And that, and that, and that, and ooh, okay. But this has to be a bomb, which then means that that has to be safe. Okay. Safe, 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 safe. Alright. Oh, alrighty. Is it triangle 2? Okay. Then that has to be a bomb. Which means this has to be safe. Which also means that these have to be safe. You have to be a bomb. You need 2 somewhere, but it can't be this one, which means that has to also be a bomb. Because you can't have anything else around you. And by the same token, you're also safe. And by that token, y'all are all safe. Okay. Circle is probably 3, maybe 4. Oh, alright. This has to be safe. You have to be a bomb, which also means you have to be a bomb. But that does mean that you're safe, but you're a bomb. Which also means that you're safe. You're a bomb, which means No, okay, I moved it. Alright. That was quick. Alright. Circles are single for this one. Bomb. 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 Will do, dragon. Alright. Okay, so circle means that... Okay. That one's safe. You'd have to be a bomb if you're 2. Which also means if you're 2, safe, safe, safe. Which means safe. Okay, that helps clear that up. You're a bomb. I want to say 4 might be 3? Maybe. I'll come back to that. Safe, safe, safe. Safe. Safe, safe, safe. You're a bomb. Safe, safe, safe. Bomb. Bomb. And if tridents are 2, then that's safe. Which is also safe. Bomb. Safe. Bomb. Safe. Okay. Safe, safe, safe. Bomb. Safe. Safe, safe. Safe. Okay, that got... Okay. You have to be a bomb if trident is 2. Which means... Not a lot, actually. Okay. Safe, safe, safe. Safe. Bomb. Safe. Let's see. Bomb. And then that would mean you... If these are 2, this has to be a bomb as well. Because it had nowhere else to go. Which means... Safe, 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 safe. Okay. 4 is 3 or not. One of these 2 has to be a bomb. If 4 is 3, it has to be this one. Which then would mean, alright, these 2, okay, safe, okay, good, that's safe. Which also means safe, safe, safe. There we go. Have to be a bomb. considering you need 2, you also have to be a bomb. Which means nothing with that one. Or that one. Yeah, it doesn't actually add that much. You, however... Hang on. Okay. You would then have to be a bomb. Oh, no. Okay, that works. I was overextending how much would be in there. Okay. Which then means... Okay. There's already got 2. You're safe. Ooh, new symbol. You might be 4. You would have to be a bomb, which then means safe. Bomb, which means safe. Okay, these things, if they're 2, would mean... Oh, well, also, that narrows it down. It has to be a bomb here to get the 2 in. Okay. It's these 2. 2. You and you have to be safe. You're also a bomb. And that satisfies that, which means you and you have to be safe. Nope. Ah, I goofed. Okay. Moon, I'm assuming, is our 1. So bomb. To narrow down things a whole lot, did it? Okay, well, we know safe. Trident might be 2. This one's not ideal. Although, if Trident is 2, it would have to be these 2. Because we couldn't have... Well... No. Okay, it could be those 2, then a gap, then that one. Playing with fire here. Alright, that firing blindly, and what the heck is going on with my model? I do not know why tonight it is being so persnickety. Okay. This would have to be a bomb. Doesn't narrow other stuff down that much, though. Alright, you have to be a bomb. 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 Okay, so based on that, safe. Safe. Okay. The question is it triangles or tridents that are our 2? Safe. Safe. Okay, that paid off again. Alright. Bomb. Safe. Safe. What? Why? Okay, here. How about this? We're gonna move our camera just a smidge. Let's see if that is maybe the cause the problem. Okay. Okay. If Trident is 2, this has to be a bomb. That doesn't narrow things down super much for us, but... oh boy. No idea what circle is. On a similar note, though, that also would have to be a bomb for both of these, which means that this is clear. And this would also have to be a bomb. And that's safe. Now, if triangle is 3... any of those, that narrows down. Okay. That has to be a bomb. And also, that has to be a bomb. Which I believe makes this one clear. Okay. So then... one of these needs to... okay. Triangles need... okay, if triangles need 3, then all 3 of these are... bombs. Which would put them in range of... yeah, that and that. But also then would mean that this has to be clear. Which would make sense for this. So safe. And that has to be a bomb then. Which also means then that this one is clear. And then this one is a... no. Okay, you're not a bomb. You're also clear. Okay. And you're clear here, here, and here. I think it would be for the... yeah, it would have to be doubled up there. Which then means that this and this are clear. Okay, you need 3. Your only 2 options for that are there and there. Oh, but you have only 2, so that has to clear here, which means this one has to be a bomb. No, wait. No. False positive. No, because, okay, you're... okay, both of those are clear. Alright. And then you're clear here and here. But you have to be a bomb. That so far lines up with this. Okay. You also would need to be a bomb. And that clears this. Okay. Now you need 3, and so do you, which means your bomb has to be here. But this should be clear. And then that needs 2, which means this one and this one should be clear. Okay. Ooh, sorry. Ah. Which... Okay, you're not a bomb because that's a bomb. I hope I don't take 5 hours for these things, although at the rate I'm going at it. Okay, Okay, these each need 2. I'm gonna risk it. Okay. That confirms that. Okay. No, I'm not gonna... Unless we get a very special request, I will probably, Ooh, okay. Okay, y'all need 3. Oh, you need a second one, so you're definitely a bomb. But that then means if you've got both, then you're clear. Okay. You would have to be a bomb. That doesn't narrow that down any. You, however, only can have 2, which means safe, 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 safe. And that means if you've got 3 around you and you have 3 around you, then safe, safe. You, however, are a bomb. You are clear. But you have to be a bomb. Which means that you're clear. And you have to be clear as well. Now you need to have at least 3, which means that you have to be a bomb, which means that you and you are clear. Oh, okay, you've already got your 2, so clear and clear. Okay, it has to be one of these 2. Because this one needs its 3 from somewhere. Wait a minute, okay, this one can only have 2, so this has to be clear. Okay. Which means that... Okay, and also this can't be a bomb, so clear. Alright, which means you have to be a bomb. You have no other bombs around you, so you and you have to be a bomb. And this one only can have 3, which means you're not a bomb. You can only have 2, which means you and you are not a bomb, which means you're a bomb. Alright, just this northeast section. So many of these are doubles. Okay. One of these 2 has to be a bomb. And one of these 3 has to be a bomb. Okay. Okay, hang on. Alright. I think it has to be this and... Or no. I think it has to be this and this. Left corner... This one here. It would line up. I just didn't know if it was guaranteed to be that. Okay, not that one. Okay. You meant this one? Okay. Oh yeah, it would... Duh, that makes sense. Alright, which means you would have to be safe, because you already have 2. Okay. And then that means that this would have to be a... No, that one's safe, because it has to... Which means... That's safe. Which also means that this one has to be a bomb for 2. Again, I feel like this and this have to be bombs because we need one that both of these can reach and one that is within these 3 for this to have 2. But if one was here, then it would double up on that. So I think these 2 are safe. Okay. Alright, yeah, okay. Which also means you and you are safe. I don't know what circle is yet. Triangle is 3, so circle might be 4. Although if triangle is 3, which so far it looks like it is, and that means that this is safe. Okay, so that means... if it does 3, then also this would have to be a bomb. Which that would line up with circle being 4. Alright, let's see what else we got. Okay. You only have 1 in you so far, so one of these 3 has to be a bomb. Which we can probably narrow down to one of these 2, because this one also has 1 bomb on it. Any others we can try and mark out? Oh, wait, okay. If this one has to be a bomb. 9, 6, and 10, 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean these 2? Yes, those 2. Okay. If that's true, then this has to be safe. Alright, and then... let's work out for the rest of these. Alright, so if it's 2, that has to be safe. Okay. Okay, let's see. Again, what... It has for this one. It has to be one of these three, and then this one narrows it down to it has to be one of these two. But let me look elsewhere in the meantime. Okay. Okay. Has to be one of these two if triangle is 3. But what? Okay. I'm tempted to make a shot in the dark. Just to see if we could clear up some space. Although, oh, hang on. Okay. If it has to be one of those 3 for these, and this narrows down to one of those 2, and that would presumably mean this one is safe, right? Yes. Okay. And because this one already has 2 in it, there we go. Which means now, alright, this one can only have that one because it has to have those 2, which means this one already has that, which means this one is not a bomb, but this one is. And if that one is a bomb... No, it's not, because this one's already a bomb. Okay. And triangle is 4. No, triangle's 3. Which would mean... No, but hang... Okay. This would have to be a bomb, because there's nothing else around it. And then this one needs 2, which means that would also be a bomb. Which would then mean that this is safe, but this is also a bomb. Which then... Okay, circle is 4, right? Which in that case would have to mean all of those are bombs. And triangle is 3. Okay, and then circle is 4. Right, this circle's 4. This one's 2, which means this is clear. But one of these 2 has to be a bomb, because this needs 2 within its radius. Okay. Triangle is 3, so this one has to be clear as well. Okay, crescent 1, trident 2, triangle 3, circle 4. Okay. This already has 3, so that's clear. Okay, this could be it. Circle is 4. Triangle's 3. Okay. Circle is 4, which means only one of these is not a bomb. Triangle can only have 3. So it would be either this one or this one. So that would mean... Wait. No, it's not. That doesn't give us anything. I was gonna say, it's like, if it has to be 4, then at least 3 of these, and then only... No, yeah, that could still be over there. It has to be 4. That's 3, that's 4. Oh, okay. If this is 3, this one has to be a bomb. Triangle in the bottom right. Oh, you're right. Bomb. Well, again, the issue then becomes, alright, is it this one or this one over here? But this over here, since we've narrowed that down, means that all of these are clear, which means that this has to be a bomb. Okay, so then... Which means also that this... There we go, okay, alright. And that also narrows this down to... This has to be a bomb, which means that this already has its clear, which means that one is clear, but this... Well, it has to have a bomb somewhere, but not... The one on the right, the circle above and to the left is touching 4 mines. Oh, you're right, which means... Okay, and then, yeah, that has to have 3, which means this one already has its 4, which means this one is safe. And then... Alright, now... One of these two has to be a mine. Let's see, okay. That triangle, trident, triangle pattern, you're looking at the one over the... you think the okay, triangle, trident, triangle. Okay, this one here. The one above the trident you think is the mine? Well, let's try it out. It would line up. Nothing conflicts with it so far. Okay, okay. Which means this has to be mine. Okay. Whew. Alright. Which means that has to be safe. Which also means then that this has to be safe. And you already have 2, so safe. Safe. Okay. Which also means that you're safe. And y'all are safe. Okay. This has to be these two. Both have to be bombs for this to work. Alright, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. This one has to be a bomb, though. Which means this one is not a bomb. Okay. Which also means that none of these are bombs. Now, triangles were 3, right? Let me double check. Okay, triangle 3, and since this one already has these two, this also has to be a bomb. And this already has 4, and this already has 4, which means that this has to be safe, but this would have to be a bomb. Okay. Okay, you also already have your 4. Down to the last 2. Alright, okay. You have your 3. You have 2 out of 3. You have all 4. I want to say you're the safe one. Hey! Hey, we even got glasses. Okay. We won. Congratulations. Thank you for the assist. That may be one of the first... I think I've won, like, one by chance before. But, alrighty. We did it before 11, too. And why is my face still rotating? Yeah. Yeah. I do not know what is up with that tonight. It's really jittery right now. Whatever. That ends the Minesweeper journey. Alright. Don't suppose I can send anything back saying I won. Okay. But my face is right here, camera. Alright. We're gonna exit the desktop there. Face. Okay. Bleh. One last reset. Okay. On that note, we will head off for the night and face. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Ah! Why? One sec. Okay, I just need to check something. trying to see if I could see the tracking points, and all of a sudden it's not showing them anymore. Yes, because it's for some reason it's just not picking my face up that well. It's only got like one tracking point, and I'm not sure why. Ah, well, alright. We'll figure that out for another night. As for tomorrow, we are going to, or not tomorrow, sorry. On Tuesday, we will be going to Tomb Raider 2. But before that, Dragon's Dusk will be in Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. We also have Okala will be doing more Garden Sim. Then, are you going to be continuing with the numbers game? Nubby's Number Factory. And let me give another little shout out to A Night at the Opera for our other valiant Minesweeper. Alright. I'm going to see if there's anybody to raid. I do know that I was going to raid into DZ, although he ended up calling it off for tonight. So let's see who else is live, if anybody. It might be Aaron again. Most of the usual suspects are not live, I don't see. Dragon, you got any recommendations? Also, for some reason... Okay, the going live thing wasn't quite working. Okay, I think we're just gonna hop off for the night. Have a good weekend, everybody. Oath is... Okay, Oath is live. I think I actually haven't followed yet. Let's see. Can you either raid into him or give me the channel name for that, Dragons? Okay, the optional Oath, okay. Okay, thank you for everybody who stuck around. Alright, they are playing Boyfriend Dungeon. I will see y'all there. Have a good night.